I'm doubled because I was messing with stuff. Hello, hello. 1 second. Okay. Hello! Hello, everybody. Welcome in action. Hello, Floppy. Hello, Chrono. Hello, Duo. Do I sound okay? Testing. Is my audio okay to you guys? I messed around with some filters. Not the greatest, but I had some assistance with my filters yesterday. Not the greatest setup because we figured out that I can't access the same tools that my friend has. So we figured out like a little workaround, but it's not exactly the same, which unfortunate. But how do I sound, first of all? Second of all, how was everyone's day? Happy Monday. Feel like I have to turn up the volume a little louder than usual, but it's okay, my speakers can handle it. Louder than usual. Hold on, 1 second. Turn your speakers down because I'm gonna do something. Okay, so is this better or is this... Hold on. Okay, is this better or is this worse? Well, how... am I loud enough for you now? Is the audio okay? Like, what does this feel like? Your model is shaking with exertion. I know. I'm trying to figure out. I said I wouldn't do compression, but I feel like maybe I do need compression on my audio. I don't know. I'm still figuring out, I guess, the still figuring out audio, but is this better? Can you hear me more clearly? Or is this like about the same as it was before? I don't even remember my before settings. So your mid-low settings sound a little better than last time. Oh. Okay, so I guess this is fine. If at any point in time something starts to sound strange, please let me know immediately. But in the meantime, I think we'll just, this is fine. Fuzz, thank you for the resubscribe. Let me add a paw print to my model for that. Thank you. Welcome in. Hello, everyone. We're gonna see where I left off. And we're gonna do a little bit of live voice acting for those of you who, I don't know. I don't think anyone's new, actually. I was like, for anyone new here who hasn't been here while I've live voice acted. But I don't think that's anybody, actually. All right, let's figure this out. Let's do this. Go team. What was I gonna do? No. I wanted to talk about my, sorry. Sorry. I'm thinking of like, sorry. First of all, how was everybody's Monday? Let me move this so that it can actually track my face. Loved your reaction of seeing my NPC in Jump King. Oh, thanks. I'm glad that, you know, Zara was able to contact a few of you guys. And I got to see people in Jump King. I absolutely adore you guys, my community, and I'm glad that you guys are immortalized in one of the maps that I'm playing. That's always fun. But how was everyone's Monday? I have to tell you about my Monday. It was terrible and then it got better. So this entire week, this week, I have to wake up early. I have to wake up at 7 a.m. And for those of you who don't know, I'm not a morning person. I barely get up on time when I have to drive into the office, which is 7:30, right? So I had to actually be awake and logged in at 7 a.m. I'm working from home this week. And I was just like, why is this so like... So I woke up, set up my laptop, had to charge it. So I went to go like plug it in. Me still half asleep. I'm like charging my laptop in the living room, and I'm working from the living room, right? Because I rolled out of bed. So I unplugged one of the things that was plugged into the outlet in that corner, because both plugs were being taken up. So I unplugged one thing, plugged in the laptop, turned everything on. At this point, it was like, the laptop takes forever to turn on too, by the way, because there's like a whole bunch of security things and it's initializing, and then I was like, okay, cool. So I turn it on. It takes like 2 to 3 minutes to boot up. At this point, it's already 7:03. I'm like 3 to 4 minutes late to this meeting that we're having with our UK team, right? And I'm like, okay, it's okay. Let me just message. And I couldn't, and I was like, couldn't message anyone because my internet was also down. And I was like, I'm having some internet connection issues. So I switched to my data on my phone so that I can message my coworker. I'm like, hey, I'm having some internet connection issues this morning. I can't log in. I don't know what's going on. And I like realize it's like 5 minutes after, right? I just woke up and I'm slowly realizing, I'm like, did I unplug the router? Did I accidentally unplug the router instead of the floor lamp that was plugged into these two outlets? So then I like duck my head next to the couch and I'm like following the cord, and I was like, oh, I did unplug the wrong thing. I unplugged the router instead of the floor lamp. So I like switched it, plugged it back in, and then I got into the meeting and it was like really busy. And like at lunchtime, I started cooking lunch and I was like, the stove stopped working. Like the knob wouldn't push to ignite the fire anymore. And I was like, what the heck's going on? So I'm like going through, I'm looking at like the stove and I'm like not sure what's going on. And then I message Ever because of course my best friend always knows what's wrong. And then I'm like, I need help. I don't know what's going on. And then I also message Chrono because Chrono's the other person who's like, I'm pretty sure out of, you know, those two, they will know more than me. So I message both of them trying to figure out what to do. And I'm like, so I don't know like the best way to describe this, but on the stove with the knob, there's like a shaft that sticks out, and basically the knob goes onto that like metal shaft, and then the knob is used to push that shaft and then you can turn it, right? So what had happened was the piece that was supposed to be pushing against the knob had slowly gotten pushed so far down the shaft that it wasn't even like the knob wasn't even making contact with that piece anymore. It was making contact with the face plate of the stove. And so I was like, I don't know what's going on. So I like took off another knob so that I could look at what like a working one looked like, and I was like, wow, it's like pushed so far back. So like at this point I don't have any pliers, and I have to like somehow pry that plastic piece forward to get it off the shaft, right? And I'm like, I don't have any tools. And then I'm contacting Ever and Chrono and I'm like, hey, I need help. And so Chrono is like, okay, well, I'm getting off work soon. This is like noon, right? He's like, I'm getting off work soon. I can come over with my tools to help. And I'm messaging Ever and I'm like, hey, the thing isn't working. And I think the stove broke, and she's looking at like repair people, right? But like if a repair guy goes out, obviously they're gonna charge. So she's like, well, if Chrono can fix it, then like let's do that before I like send a repair guy out and you like actually spend money. I was like, okay, cool. So Chrono comes out with all his tools, helps me, and the stove is fixed. But like the design that we looked at for the knobs is so stupid. But yeah, so like that was my Monday. And then tomorrow, so I got today I got a text message from the DMV and they were like, your appointment for the DMV is tomorrow. And I was like, oh, I forgot that I had scheduled that, because I was looking at DMV appointments and my driver's license expires next month. And when I was looking at appointments initially, I had scheduled for like one of the Fridays back in like June or July, and I don't remember if I told you guys, but I had to cancel that DMV appointment because it was my grandmother's funeral. Like my dad was like, hey, you need to come home because, you know, we're having your grandmother's funeral on this day. And like that Friday I had to like drive back up to my hometown, so I had to cancel that DMV appointment. So initially I had scheduled everything was good, but then circumstances happened. So when I looked to rebook, the only dates that they had available were like in the early September or early October. And I was like, I can't do it early October because the driver's license expires then. And I was like, I don't know if I can drive around with like an expired license, even if I've been to the DMV and like gave them all of this info. So just so that I don't get dinged by law enforcement, I guess, I had to schedule early, and it just so happens that like my coworker who works on the same things as me is gone for the next 2 weeks, and there's a new girl, so I have to do training. So in addition to all of my regular work, I also have to train, and I have to field questions from literally everyone in the company when it comes to like questions about our CRM. And yeah, and then tomorrow I'm literally gone in the afternoon, so there's just so much shit going on. So that's my life, yeah, right now. My Monday is that my Hobonichi shipped, and I've been checking my tracking every few hours. Oh my god, I love that feeling of like, oh my god, the thing that I wanted is coming, and I have to obsessively check. I know that feeling so well. John says, I had a massage appointment this morning. My body is slightly aching. Posted a new audio. Pretty chill Monday. Congratulations, John. Glad that you were able to get a massage. Those are always nice. Yeah, no, you can't drive around on an expired license. I know. Yeah, I don't know how long it'll take for the DMV to process my license. How long does it usually take? Do you guys know? Like, if you go to the DMV and then you give them all of the info, do you know how long it usually takes for them to process that information? GAAC VAing sounds like a Star Wars character. Oops. Not to make y'all jealous or anything, but I got to play with Hermes. I know, Chrono came over and Hermes is home, so they were hanging out. I don't love waiting. I want it in my hands now! I mean, yeah, but it'll come soon. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to catch you guys up on my day. And also hear about your days. So, if anyone else wants to chime in about how their Mondays were, I'm gonna start up the game. But maybe we can, let's go to our... Where's my button? There it is. I was like, I don't know what button I'm pressing. Volume mixer. Let's turn the game on. Hopefully it's not too loud. Start the game, you coward. Do you guys remember like where we were at? Cause I certainly don't. Hate Mondays? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Mondays are not too bad. If you have, like, things that you're looking forward to after the Mondays are over, it's not too bad, you know? Okay, let's put that over there. The game is here. Turn this on. restart the game, you coward! I'm just sick and tired, but that's not as fun to talk about. Just need more ZZZ. Oh, I'm sorry, Fuzz. That sucks. I hope you get better soon. I thought you finished the first game? We did! We're on episode 2. Oh, okay. We're on the second trial of the second game. I think. Well, we'll see. 100% we finished the first game, I'm sure. So let's jump right back in, you guys. I have no idea where we're at. Game 2, episode 2. Watching you play this game for the voices, not the lore. Oh, I see. How could you stop playing in the middle of a trial for an entire year? Well, to be fair, it was since February, and then that was the month that I couldn't play Jump King. And then when, I mean, it rebounded real hard. After my banishment was over, I only played Jump King. And then I had my move, so of course I was just really busy, so. I mean, circumstances, right? We're back. We're so back, y'all. Okay. So, Mr. Shamspear has tried, and in one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes. His motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear. At first, I forgot what happened already. He murdered someone? But considering everything we know now, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence. Oh, okay, okay, this is great. Everything we've seen and heard. Okay, what have we seen and what have we heard? This moment right here is exactly for people like me who have really bad memories, okay? Natsume Soseki's been fighting for his life for more than a year now. This is karma! Is it every case a murder case? I think some are not murder, but like the victim got seriously injured. I'm worse. I still have to play Danganronpa 2. I got through the 2 first trials and left. Oh no. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. Oh shit. Alright, I have no idea. This controller isn't working. Hold on. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you can say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes? What? Okay, what is it that we can... Okay, second-hand book receipt. Sum of 2 shillings for the picture. Okay, so these are the books that he picked up the day that Mrs. Green or whatever got injured, right? And she... What was this regarding? It was submitted as evidence in trial the other day. This was regarding the bookstore that he was at and the path that he took to get back home, right? She's an unmarried lady, Miss Green. Okay, sorry. And this was also related to the coin, I think. If I recall correctly, this indent matches the size of a coin that could then be fed into the gas meter, and it would like turn the gas on for a certain amount of time. And I think what was happening was he was using water, and he left the bar of soap out on the windowsill so it would freeze, and so he could use the ice coin as currency to trick the gas meter, and then like the ice would melt and it would like disappear and the evidence would disappear, I think. Okay, so that's the bar of soap. Ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shamspear's room. It fits perfectly with an envelope in Miss Green's possession. So, What was this? Who was this letter from? Teacups, no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. So he drank his tea right away. Print of the scene taken by police upon their arrival. The victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned. So Shakespeare was poisoned? Water was on the floor. He was weirdly eating a bar of soap. I still don't understand that. Did we figure that out? I don't think we did. So William Shakespeare had ingested a small quantity of strychnine, which could have been mixed with his tea or something else. No sample could be obtained for testing. Occurred at 1:30. No container for poison was found at the scene. He got hungry? A meter that dispenses gas for a set time after a coin is inserted. The attached coin sports a very strong lock, and there's a tiny hole in its base. Okay, so this is where he put the ice coin for the meter, and it could only be opened by whatchamacallit. It could only be opened by the worker at the electric company or gas company. I don't know why there is a hole here. Maybe so that he could collect the water and reuse it for the bottle. Strychnine? It rhymes with sickening. Strykening? Traces of handprints on the wall discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of a hanging picture. Did we remember why? Wait, hold on, I'm confused now. Did we remember why someone was like hovering over this painting and why there were so many palm prints there? I don't remember. Did we establish this? Strychnine. I see, strychnine. This was the guy that died, right? So this was Miss Green's boyfriend slash lover, I think? And he died, right? That's why Natsume Soseki started renting the room above Shakespeare or below, was because this guy died, right? And he was also like courting Miss Green, I think, because the letter was either the letter was from him to her, or the letter was from her to him, somehow found in Shakespeare's room. Miss Green had the strychnine. Why did she have the strychnine? There's no way she would have gone in to poison Shakespeare, right? Why didn't they just DM? Exactly. Scotland Yard's file. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. About the convicted criminal Selden. That includes the newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder, died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester Strainways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. What were the effects of strychnine? It doesn't say. Do we know what the effects of strychnine are? Miss Green's card. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. The envelope fixed perfectly with a torn off piece found at the scene of the crime. Shit, why is someone messaging me for work? I will not check that right now. The envelope that contained the note to Miss Green and the torn off end we found fit together perfectly. The note to Miss Green. So maybe this was written by that young man that was murdered? Yes, there's no question that they're from the same letter. But that means something doesn't quite add up here, does it? Do we not get to read the letter? I guess not. Actually, don't know how the word is pronounced. I just thought it would be funny if it rhymed. Okay, maybe it's this. The offender's file? Well, what if we present this? What if Mr. Shamspear is Selden and he's actually not dead?
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not? I don't think this is it. The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And so it happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. Would you ever do a 24-hour stream? I've done one before. I did one last year. I don't know if I'm gonna do one again. But I have done one before. The sum 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict. Oh, no. Shamspear was not Selden, but maybe the cellmate of Selden. That makes sense, right? I think that makes sense. Was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Okay, it's coming back to me. A 12-hour stream soon? I don't know if I'm gonna do a 12-hour stream. I haven't found a game that I've been like super into. Princess drew me a reverse centaur during the 24-hour stream. I also don't remember that, but did you like it? You mean this key is... Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you, a false charge! The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how the false charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. Hi, Gov. Thanks for the pie. I remember you tried to cheat the drawing with apples? I don't remember that, but I will trust you on that. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So, it all comes out. Hi, Princess. How are you? I'm doing good, Gov. How are you? We're back to playing some Great Ace Attorney, doing some voice acting. It's, you know, super fun, super exciting. Yes. And having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. Thanks for the pie. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garadeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Don't want to alarm anyone, but there's a fucking rat on our shoulder. Is there? I didn't see. On, Ryunosuke's shoulder? Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch my neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. This is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. His name is Chunosuke, and you will respect his name. Is there a rat on our shoulder? I didn't notice. Is mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh god, he's crazy. He's crazy! He's crazy! Mr. Shamspeare! It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Well, he broke character. He did! I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No! He's already committed the most heinous crime to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden. Painting! That's where that's why the painting! That's why his hands are around the painting. Some in the walls? Is it in the walls? It has to be in the walls. Uh-oh. I think I need a new controller. I think something's wrong with my controller that I have. I'm not sure. It's breaking. It like keeps disconnecting, I think. And I keep needing to like unplug it. What kind of controller do I use? I use an Xbox controller for any like games that I play with controller. It's my customized pink Xbox controller. I like it a lot. But unfortunately, I think it's dying. Wired. Yes, it is wired. I don't do wireless.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convicts loot quickly.
This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Do we? Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. It's in the walls. It has to be in the walls. My lord.
Yes, Counsel?
The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. Also, how is the audio? Has it been good with the compression on my voice? Has it been like clear? Am I dropping off too fast or cutting out with my words? Sounds great. Awesome. Okay, cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is my fan too noisy? I think you can hear it in the background, but I'm not sure if the fan is too loud or not. Perfect. Okay, cool. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Wait, what technique? I don't know.
Very well then, Counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's haul?
It has to be this, right? I can't recall. I think this is the only thing that we haven't used. I'm not sure.
Take that!
The music stopped, surely. Listening to you, you sound a little more muffled than normal. I assume because of a noise filter. I do have a noise filter on and a voice reverb. Like, I changed my settings slightly. I put a high pass, a low pass, and I also did, let me see. I put a high-low pass, a denoiser, a gate, a compressor, and I put a limiter on. That explains that reverb. The denoiser has a voice reverb that I can turn down. So it shouldn't be reverby at all. But I'm not sure. The reverb is fine. Okay. If I turn up the ambience back to 0 instead of decreasing it, is that better for the muffling? Does my voice still sound muffled? Why would it sound muffled? It's immersive, like sitting inside a courtroom. No, I don't want my audio to be bad. Now we can hear the fan. Okay, let me turn it down then. Not sure how else to improve this, not sure how to improve this. It's fine enough? Okay. I don't want to sound muffled, though. Well, it's fine. It's not fine, but it'll have to be fine. For now, I guess. Okay. Thank you for helping me troubleshoot my audio.
Those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
The only way to perfectly remove fan noise is to remove the fan. It's true. And it is way too hot. Did you guys see in California? It's getting so hot. And there are so many fires right now. It's crazy. Stay cooled out there, you guys. Anything else will always be a compromise. Yeah. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one. Mr. Shamspeare. Oh, this is Sherlock. Okay, no, Herlock. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. Ah, 'tis Herlock Sholmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes! He does know Lord Van Zeeks, then. Well enough to say something like that, in any case.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be hold on.
Heralded.
Though you may be
I can't. How do you guys say that word?
though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
Get him! Great ace detective! I'm here because I'm investigating a Jump King related crime. Hey, Awesome, welcome in. How are you? Jump King? Are you playing Jump King? You're not supposed to be playing Jump King before you stream it. Welcome in. Guys, if you haven't, please check out Awesome. He is the friendo that helped me with my audio. So if it's bad, you can blame him. But if it's good, you can also blame him. I mean, thank him. A little kiss for our dumb boy. Mwah. Heralded. Okay, heralded. I'm not. Raska. What girl rhymes with Caroled? Herald. Oh, okay, heralded. Heralded. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Welcome in. How are you? Happy Monday.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes! What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Oh shit. I don't know. Do you guys remember? Present a person? What? Need a sample to help court record? Looks like next time we fix something together, it's going to be your reading. Oh, I'm sorry. English isn't my first language. So, if I make a mistake with English, it's not my fault, okay? I call them touchy marks. Okay, wait, is there anything that Selden's touched? The criminal? People. Is there anything that Selden... Oh, I know. Miss Green has the key. So we know that Selden touched the key, right? So if we present Miss Green and tell her to give us the key, can I like save just in case? Okay, hold on, we're saving. I'm sorry, we're saving. Sure, let's save over this. Was your first language means? No, it was Vietnamese. I mean, for all intents and purposes, English is my first language, but you know, technically, it's Vietnamese, so I can say English isn't my first language. You goddamn liar. Objection. Okay, we're gonna present Miss Green. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be... I'm so right. Oh my god, it's been 6 months, but I still remember. In the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? Miss Green! Give us your key! Technically, my first language is music. Get out of here. Miss Green! Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? That key belongs to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Absolutely disgusting. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholm's skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Ah! Mr. Shamspear, as one great to another, I assure you, if the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen well. In that case, delicious secrete. Get out of here, LJ. Stop saying that. Zonkinmon, thank you for the head pat and the hydrate. Hey, Rosca, this sounds suspiciously like you're doing VA ASMR things on stream. I feel like this is different than like ASMR. ASMR for me is another level of like, it's just the speaker and the listener as like one character, and it's like specifically like an intimate situation, whereas like this I feel like is just more voice acting, you know? Like I'm just playing characters. This is slightly different. Have you seen the rat yet? What rat? On the shoulder? Yes, I did see. You mean Shunosuke? I remember. Sho, hello, welcome in. I completely forgot you were on this case. Girl, you don't realize. I totally big brain and remembered parts of this case from 6 months ago. So, you could say I'm big braining tonight. I'm a genius. So smart. I'm so smart. I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspear. No. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa. Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! What's going on? I'm so confused. Okay, he blew up. It must be the mooncakes? The mooncakes were really tasty. I had some. Okay, wait, did I tell you guys? I gave the neighbors. Oh wait, I forgot to fill you in on what happened yesterday because it happened after stream. I gave the neighbors mooncakes because I was like, shouldn't I? I did have a lot of mooncakes though after I made the second batch. And so I packed up some mooncakes for the neighbors. And like, legitimately, when one of them answered the door, so they're all guys upstairs. And one of the guys opened the door, right? And I see another guy coming in from behind, and he's literally in his underwear. And it's strange because I'm like, I rang the doorbell, so clearly you know that this is a stranger. And like, why would you, did you not realize that you were only in underwear? And so like, I'm at the door, right? And I'm, like, giving them this little box of, like, mooncakes. And, like, the guy who answered the door had to slap his friend and, like, be like, go put a shirt on. I was like, Jesus, like, why does your friend have to tell you that? So, like, he went to go put on a shirt. And then another roommate, like, a third guy up here. So I don't know how many people are living upstairs. I don't know if they're, like... Because the layout that I have is probably the same layout that they have upstairs. I have 3 rooms, right? And I'm only getting 1 roommate because I have 2 rooms out of the 3. I don't know if they're doubling up on rooms up there, but, you know, it seems like they're college kids or whatever. We witnessed a murder in court! Then the evidence is tainted. All he has to do is touch the key before we get it. That's also true. I don't think that's the same thing, but cool. Nice. Punished Shakespeare. She put them in a box with a ribbon too? Like what? What do you mean like what? I feel like when you gift people things, it has to look nice. Oh, and then I also neatly wrote down all the ingredients because I don't know if people are like allergic to things. So I tried to like, you know how on the back of packaging, it'll list the ingredients from like most present to like the least amount. So I did think about the recipe and I tried to list it in the order of like, this has the most of like flour and then like duck egg. You know, like I tried to write it in order, but I don't know if I succeeded. Much more than an ankle. Yeah, much more than an ankle. I got like a full whatever was happening there. I saw all of that, man. Just whatever. I do that too. If there's 3 of them, they only need 1 bed. You're gifting them to guys that have been moving furniture at like 3 a.m. Yes, but I also feel like it's good to be a good neighbor because, I mean, think about it. I'm also doing it for me, okay? How would you feel if you knew the person who lived below you, you knew what they looked like, you know that they were a nice person, right? Wouldn't that make you feel slightly more guilty about being a nuisance? So I do hope that by basically being like, hi, I'm your neighbor, and also like I'm a decent human being who like will gift you treats, like maybe they will be like, oh, we should like also be careful about walking around or having too much like being too loud and noisy. It's really for me, okay? It was really it's for me to be like, I want to live in peace in this neighborhood. Shamspear's face here is hilarious. It is pretty crazy. And they were roommates. I don't list it in order though. People can figure out their hazard levels based off what's listed. I would feel like I just got free mooncakes. Sweet. I mean, I'm a great neighbor. I'm just a really nice person. I feel like I'm a pushover sometimes. That's when good neighbors become good friends. I hope. I don't know. Do I want to be friends with them? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I already have good enough friends. Who knows? I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. So, you'd have to find the time. So, you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet, after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garadab really has had to put up with a lot. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Okay, we're dancing around the obvious question. Was shirtless man hot? I'll be honest, they were all pretty young and for me, were not attractive. Guys, I'm 80 years old. I look at a college student and I'm like, you're a baby. So, no. In my opinion, not hot. Time to become neighbors with Rosca. Get free mooncakes and other things. Sounds amazing. I'm friendly. I'm a great neighbor. You know, when I moved to Japan, I knew that like omiyage were like a really big thing. So before I moved to Japan for work, I bought like a whole bunch of like American goods and American hand sanitizers and small like American things, and I went around to all my neighbors, the neighbor across from me, the neighbors to the right, and like neighbors a little bit down the street, and I went to like, with my really bad Japanese, I went to go introduce myself to everyone. I'm like, hey, I'm your new neighbor, I live in that house there, I am working at this school over there, and I gave them like little goodie bags. Not to toot my own horn, but I'm a great neighbor. Young and ugly. Gotcha. I didn't say it, you did.
Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing.
Aw, my controller broke again. Okay, I'm just gonna use my mouse and keyboard and hopefully it'll be okay. I'm sorry, guys. I have to pay attention now. Whoa, princess, you're so brave. I'll take notes. I feel like it's one way to like meet new people. Plus, like, if you think about it, I don't know, like, here's how I think about it, right? How would I feel if my neighbor came and knocked at my door and gifted me like food or like a small gift basket? I think I would be really like appreciative. And so I really think about like, if someone were to do this for me, how would I feel? And I try to do that for others. So like, you know, I don't know. Treat others how you want to be treated. It's like something I live by. Is that like corny? Maybe stop using the same controller you used to play Jump King for other games. My customized controller. I need a new one. If I get a new controller, I feel like I'd make the same one. I would want it all pink and yellow again. I don't know. Should we buy a new Xbox controller, you guys? It is like 2 years old now. 2.5 actually. And I've been playing Jump King on it like this entire time. What, like all 900 something hours? I would not answer the door, says Floppy. I would think my neighbor was planning to kill me? What? You guys think so, really? Well then. I don't want to be your neighbors. You guys will think I'm suspicious.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And, if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholm spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. Oh! I just connected the dots! So... Oh my god, I'm brain blasting right now, you guys. Okay, hold on. I know what happened. Okay, before they explain it, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. Miss Green figured it out. Miss Green knew that Shamspear had murdered her lover. She went and she snuck into the room that Mr. Shamspear was in. She took the bottle of strychnine and put it around the gas pipe where Shamspear was blowing the gas right into the other room. And if he never tried again, he wouldn't have gotten poisoned. But it was because she knew that he had killed him in the way that, like, blowing the gas pipe, right? So that's why she had the poison, and that's why there was no poison container in the room when they found Shamspear, like, collapsed over the table, right? That's what happened. I'd like prior notice before being asked to open the door. I've honestly not used my controller super much in the past 2 years that I've had, and it's stuck registering upward analog control. If I need a new controller, you probably do too, Ruska. What? But I mean, like, the only time that would be a real issue with it, like, disconnecting would be in, like, a windy area. Because obviously, then, like, that would be the main concern is, like, the wind is gonna push me off the platform if I can't get the controller to turn back on and, like, do an input, like, pause or something. Her mind is like a vice! I'm so smart! I'm a genius! Look, Sho even confirmed it! Yeah, that's pretty much it. See? I'm a genius. I'm so smart.
William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Is he crying? Does that sound like crying? I mean, the only time it would be a problem with controller messing up would be like, did anything? Are you going for a time trial again? I mean, then I wouldn't do a speed run. I would save speed running for when I get a new controller. I don't know. Maybe I just need to like plug and or unplug and plug everything in again. Maybe that will work. I don't know which USB connected to my computer is the controller. What if I just plug and unplug? No, it's a rat's nest down there. I'm not gonna try right now. I'll do it after stream. I'll unplug and plug everything back in, and then maybe it'll fix it. Hiccups need water. Have you tried a different USB port? No. Maybe I should. To be honest, no. Maybe I will after this, though.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen. I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to grab scrubbery for some food, and so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
The place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean?
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspear was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. The next case is so good, BTW. It's where the game really picks up. Okay, I'm glad we didn't stop when the game was gonna pick up. We're getting our feet, we're dipping our feet back in. It's getting wet again, and before we actually jump in, nice try boxing me. before we jump all the way in and submerge ourselves back into the whole, Ace Attorney stuff. Sorry, John. Everyone loves wet feet. You freaks. What do you mean? Well, just because I'm a streamer and you can box me doesn't mean I can't defend myself.
I found out the name of the man I suspected. William Shamspear. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And, of course, Mr. Shamspear followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe, all the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts.
Greatest Ace Attorney for real, says Floppy. I forgive Olive for her actions. I support women's rights and wrongs. Hashtag feminism. You know, when you love someone so much that you'd be willing to murder for them, that's love, man. Would you? Do you ever think? Yeah, Dairy Princess coming out. No. Listen. I feel like yanderes love you so much. Well, would they kill? Oh no, you're right. Yanderes would kill other people for the person that they love. Princess is trying trying to get us implicated for murder on stream. No, okay. Plot armor princess is scary. No, okay, listen. Stop being crazy, everybody. Listen, okay? I feel like when you love someone so much that you'd be willing to murder their murderer, like, isn't that just so, I was about to say romantic, but maybe romantic isn't the right word for what I'm trying to say. Knife romance. I will leave it at that. This face says everything? No, stop. Who do you want us to murder? No. My ex. Go, please. Thank you. So I can keep the dog. It's all I mean, I don't want him dead, but I do want him incapacitated so I can just keep my dog forever. But you know, it's not gonna happen, so it's fine.
3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
Has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green.
Yes, my lord.
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shakespeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
What would Hermes think? I'm sure Hermes would be only sad for a little bit because he wouldn't actually know. What does a dog know of death? I don't know. Do dogs understand the concept if they've never experienced it around them? The people just leave forever, but they don't actually know. What if that person's coming back? So that would just be, you know, like that Hermes would just be like, oh, he's just left for a really long time and he hasn't come back in like 5 years. Maybe. I don't know. Speaking of Dare, finally Princess uploaded my favorite... Oh, Dare. Finally Princess uploaded my favorite Dare for today's audio. Yeah, we tried something different today. I did, not Yandere. I did a Tsundere audio. So, if you're interested, it's summer themed. That's all I'll say about it. Don't tell me if you like, I mean, I'm sure if you like it or don't like it, you can keep your opinions to yourself. Thank you for clicking on the link. Knife romance isn't, I'm going to murder someone in your name. It's our love lies on a blade's edge. It's true. The peak knife romance has been near Automata. Automata? I forgot how to say it. Near Automata. 2B hunched over 9S, choking him. That's peak knife romance for me. Like, the person that you love, you're looking up at them and they are just choking you out. And then you die. Incapable of taking care of a dog. Got it. I'll make some calls. Thanks, LJ. I appreciate you. Way to gaslight Hermes. Everyone, tell Rosca what you think. Absolutely not. I will not listen to it.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose that's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh!
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last.
Oh,
Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume,
yes, my lord.
the court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We are in full agreement, my lord.
In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty.
My voice can't go that low. Sorry, hold on, I need to cough. Tsunderes are just softies that want to look tough. It's true. Am I a tsundere? Don't answer that question. I'm scared, Mom. Come pick me up. If some accident suddenly befalls your ex now, you're going to forever wonder if I was somehow responsible. You know, I won't. That I could not care less about that man. I literally just want the dog. Like, anything to do with his life, whatever. I just want the dog. I will not give him a second thought. Life in prison, I'd rather be dead. You don't want to live, even if you're in prison, like you would rather be dead than live in prison? What's your reasoning? Is like life in prison too hard? I actually don't know. I don't know anything about prison or jail. I'm such a straight edge. Didn't you do a dairy test a couple months back? Did I? I think I got... It wasn't a dairy test. I think it was like, what kind of, was it a dairy test? I remember, I feel like I got like something princess, like Ojo, like Jo-sama, or Hime-dere? Maybe I got Hime-dere? I don't know which one Ojo-dere? Hime-dere? It was a dere test. Do you guys remember what I got? I feel like it was Hime-dere. That's right. What's left when you get back out? No one will hire you, can't get anything going, no societal trust, always harassed by cops. Hard pass. Oh, I guess that makes sense. But there's definitely like organizations and stuff that work to integrate you back into society. I'm not 100% sure. It is sad. What happened to the amazing memory of yours? I never said I have goldfish memory. I never said I had great memory. I just said I was a genius, okay? Being a genius doesn't mean that you have to remember everything with crystal clear clarity. I'm not an elephant, okay? I would do a lot of reading in prison. I feel like I would just do a lot of like, yeah, reading, maybe soul searching. I'm doing that right now, but I'm not in prison. Oh, yes. Yes, at last. Divine justice duly done! Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No! This has nothing to do with my mustache!
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Once again, you've saved me from doom! I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days.
I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not?
You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog.
My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way. Either that or get myself put in solitary and lose my mind. Yeah, solitary is not great for human beings. We are very social creatures. Some more than others. I feel like me as a person, I think it's pretty clear, I crave human interaction. It's why I like streaming so much. I crave the human interaction and I like constantly need it from like everyone around me. Even if I don't want to respond, I just like to be like the object of human affection. Leave him alone. If I was in prison, I would simply leave, says LJ. You? Nah, you barely talk. I crave it with every fiber of my being, down to like the cell, the singular atom level. Everything about me just vibrates when I get human affection and attention.
I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut my study tour here and return to Japan.
What?
Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful!
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature! Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache.
I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. Grandeur?
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Wait, wrong person. I thought that was Natsume for a second. Ah, that's very true.
And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. When you've been accused of murder twice, I feel like leaving the country is probably the best move. It's true. It's true. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. No, not autoplay! It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot, hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Ooh, what'd they find?
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes?
As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
I forgot my voice for the detective guy. Do you guys remember what voice I did for him? Touchy marks! Skin prints! I feel like... Did I give him a deeper voice? I don't know if I can do a deeper voice. Oh no, Iris! I forgot her voice too! Did I make her sound like, super cutesy? I'm trying to think. It's been like so many months. It was your Aiko voice for Iris. Aiko. How'd I do Aiko again? Okay.
Grexy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Is that what I did? I don't think that's right. I feel like that's not right. And your Gregson voice was deep and kind of bumbly. I feel like that's not right that I did Iris's voice. Well, I'll figure it out as we go, I think. Eventually, it will slip back in, I'm sure. That's more Paimon than Aiko.
Happily, I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's haul. What the? What is that? Ooh, what's this? Murder.
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
It's bloody. Murder? B. Is it like a dog collar? A collar? It's huge though. A belt! No, belts don't look like that. That's definitely a collar. But what if it was a belt? No, belts don't fasten in the back. It's a collar. It could be a person collar. Depends what you're into. I mean, fashion. I know, like, in high school, there were some kids that wore collars as, like, fashion. I don't know. Personally, I never got it, but maybe it's just not, you know, it's just not for me. I don't know, I'm not sure.
And look at all the gemstones set in it! I can see why it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there are some dark stains?
You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Then, of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
Aren't they basically just chokers? Actual collars, or do you mean chokers? They were collars. They were definitely collars. What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Does he recognize something? Sholmes, do you have something to tell us? Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Oh, wait,
Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over now!
Sholmes, my beloved. It's not the Hound of the Baskervilles, is it? I don't... What was that again? Was that the thing that Iris wrote? I had never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? They could never make me hate you. It's a famous Sherlock Holmes story. Probably the most. I don't know any Sherlock Holmes story. Sorry. I'm uneducated.
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume.
The Mystery of the Knife in the Mist, and The Mustached Man and the Convict's Curse, perhaps. I could make it a 2-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case!
Then I shall have to insist you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
Why? Oh,
And
because
so
of the
it was
color?
that the
Oh,
second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity.
it's voice acted. Okay, well, less for me to do.
Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
She looks like the sad puppy. She does look like the sad puppy emo.
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
What happened? 2 months? So are we like 8 months from this court case? Because Susato-san had to leave 6 months after, and then if she sent a letter 2 months later, oh my god, we're so geniuses. We're so smart. We finished the case. Okay, let's save. Yes, I'm saving. Right here. Yes. The Return of the Great Departed Soul is the next episode. We so geniuses. We're locked in. Locked and loaded. Alright, let's watch this. It's probably gonna play a cutscene, so I don't want to talk too much over the stuff, but let's see what we have.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century.
I wonder what that would have looked like in the
Astonished
past.
and delighted people of all nations.
Like
and
the
ended
World's
on a
Fair,
note of
you know?
resounding success.
Because I assume this would have had to do with the World's Fair.
But
Thank you for the head pat,
as
the self-care, and the
regards to
hydrate.
terrible catastrophe
Everyone,
that
drink
occurred
some water
during
and
the
stretch.
festivities, very few were aware my friend
Thank
Mr.
you,
Sherlock
Shrill.
Holmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case.
Oh, my back is
And like the centerpiece
really
of the
needed
great
that stretch.
exhibition, it rose high into the skies of Hyde Park. Jones's brilliant deductions,
Okay.
as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
There's pictures. It wouldn't have been that great. It was before color was invented. You know, we were talking about it yesterday when we were watching anime. Hold on, I'll tell you guys after. Okay. We were talking about it yesterday when we were watching anime during movie night with me, Ever, Miku, and our friend Ellie. Because every time there was a flashback in the anime, it would be like black and white. And so we were joking about how, like, yeah, there wasn't color back then. In your memories, there isn't color. There's no color in the past.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Ooh, science.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Imagine having no memory of color. Wouldn't that be so weird? It would be so weird.
Carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Excuse me? What are they trying to do? Every day is just a terrifying experience of color everywhere. Is this machine OSHA certified? Yeah, I'm concerned.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Did they even test this before they're doing it in front of a live audience? This is concerning.
In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air.
Didn't they have this machine in Willy Wonka? I don't know.
To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
I don't remember watching Willy Wonka, so I can't say if this machine was a thing in Willy Wonka. I haven't watched like the old one or the new one. Or maybe I have. I don't know. You know, I don't really remember. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Things are going wrong. October. So February to October, 2 to 10. Okay, so that's correct. So 8 months since the trial. So Susato's been gone for 2 months, and she left like 6 months ago or something. Like that. No, Susato left 2 months ago. And then the trial was 6 months before that.
Runo, are you listening?
Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris?
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Did you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again?
Today's paper. It's full of news about the great exhibition again.
Yes, the great exhibition. I'd like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Oh, sad puppy. Did you say something, Iris? Why Sholmes like that?
Oh gosh, you're even more down!
When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo?
I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What is happening? Hold on. Are they moving heavy furniture? Why is my room shaking? Honestly, I would like them to be done moving. Okay, I don't hear anything else. Maybe it's fine. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has, ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Do you guys hear that boom? Like, are you guys hearing the room go like every once in a while? Because I hear it. What are they doing? Thanks again. Is it an earthquake? No, it's my roommates. Or not roommates, my neighbors upstairs. Nope. Okay, well, good, I guess. Good that you can't hear it. I hate it for me, but good for you guys. Thank you for confirming. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. Loud neighbors were the reason I invested in sound-canceling headphones. I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault. Hi, Jess. Welcome in. How are you? I hate it too. Welcome, welcome. Thanks so much for coming in. Guys, if you haven't, please check out Jess. A very, very lovely face camera. She's really comfy, really cozy, and it is a real treat when you get to catch her live. So please do check out her link, and if that interests you, give her a follow. How are you, Jess? Welcome in. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know, and the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together?
I want to, of course I do, but I can't! Not for the time being. Why not? I'm good. I've just been cozy lurking. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Of course, Jess. Thank you so much for lurking. I appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, I will always shout out my friends when I see them, okay? I appreciate it. I really do. Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all! So, you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from. Is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Converse! Oh, event 6 months ago. Yeah, why'd he get banned from court? Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery. Oh. Oh shit, that girl. I forgot. Penny. Penny is her name. Turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. Oh yeah, and then there was like... Oh, okay, hold on. It's coming back to me. There was the music box with Morse code, and at the end there was like a letter that mentioned Kazuma, our dead friend, or something? Was that what it was? I don't remember. Do you guys remember? Can someone someone who remembers, can you fill me in? During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. What do you do? Gina, not Penny?
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
What do you do? Why is he so upset?
Of course, my lord.
In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholm's old cases.
Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically, Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on? Do you mean those things fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
Pretty sure it's because of the cat door maker evidence. It tampered with the crime scene. Wasn't initially presented, so technically it was illegal evidence, but it was also the only way to prove Gina's innocence, since the lies the perpetrator told were based on the window being present before the crime happened. The cat door. Tampered with... Since... Wasn't initially presented, so technically it was illegal evidence, but it was also the only way to prove Gina's innocence, since the lies the perpetrator were told based on the window being present before the crime happened. So there wasn't a window before the crime, but then you're saying that there was after? Did they cut a cat door opening? Was that what happened? If I recall, in the Capcom stories, Ryunosuke really got into baking while he was barred from court. Interesting. Do you think he baked a lot of sourdough loaves? But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense! I can't understand it at all. That's true.
That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here. Every page of this paper carries some article or other about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Great Exhibition newspaper has been entered into the court record. Various articles about the world-leading science and technology on show at the Great Exhibition being held in London. He got really good at making Japanese pastries? Oh, cute! You know what I want to do one day, you guys? I really want to make wagashi. Have you guys heard of wagashi? It's like, red bean paste that's wrapped in... Oh, thanks for the pie, Gov. Wagashi is like... They're basically just really pretty to look at. It's red bean paste that's wrapped in, like, mochi dough all around. Kind of like the snow skin mooncakes, like the no-bake snow skin mooncakes. And then they'll use tools to like shape the wagashi into like a really like elegant shape with like a lot of lines meant to like look like flowers. They'll like use chopsticks to like push petals into the like round dessert. It's like really small. Like a wagashi, it's like if you put your thumb and your pointer finger together, that is usually the size of a wagashi. Like, it's really small. If you have a big mouth, you can eat it in one bite. Usually people will take small bites out of it because it's really sweet and you like eat it with tea. But I really want to make it one day on stream. Yes, the back room where the guy died didn't have a window and was locked. Susato used the cat door maker to create a window on the door so everyone could see inside. No one except Susato knew that the window wasn't there before, so she left it as a gift, knowing it would get Ryunosuke in trouble since it was the only way to save Gina. Oh. I see. Can you make your macarons first? Oh yeah, I actually, I was thinking about it not the other day. I was literally thinking about it today. I might schedule a macaron baking stream soon because I'm going to be seeing friends who are in town for TwitchCon. Personally, I'm not going, so before everyone gets excited about seeing me, I won't be there. Sorry. I hope you have fun at TwitchCon if you're going, though. I just want to bake some macarons for friends who are going to be in the area, so I might do a macaron stream sometime in the next 2 weeks. Wagashi looks so smooth. Waggy, best cat. Wait, is this the lyric murmur from Dungeon Meshi? Lyric murmur? What's a I don't remember the stuff from Dungeon Meshi at all. And Sho, thank you so much for taking the time to like type all that out and explain it to me. I feel like as I'm reading it, I'm kind of remembering, you're like refreshing my memory of like what happened. I do think, because that was like, was it that was like the first case of this game, right? Was the Gina one? I like barely remember what happened. So this is good for me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Shadows cast behind. Is that last case of game 1? Oh, okay. That makes sense too. What case was the first case of this game then? First case of this game was Susato saving her girlfriend. Susato saving her girlfriend. Oh! Yeah. Okay. I feel like I remember now. Let me just... The Gina case was the last of the first game. The first case of this one was the English... Okay, yes. I remember. Okay. brain is back on track. Okay, it was like the last thing, and then oh, because of the Morse code, and then the ending of game 1 was the note that we got from somewhere about the music box or something, and you learn her real name is Assassin, and she was an assassin. I hate this game so much. Assassin! Assassin. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Yes, the note you're remembering is from the last game. Okay. What did the note say again? It had something to do with Kazuma, right? They never saw it coming. Thanks for the pie gum. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Ooh, court record. E. Let's take a look. Wait, how do I turn this? Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition, public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Is there anything else? Can I turn this? I mean, the reason why I liked using the, I can't rotate it, I guess. Can I? Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, here it is. The Reaper attacked! So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. I think it has something to do with Pi. What had to do with Pi? The note was just a bunch of names and Kazuma was one of them, so playing this one is supposed to explain. Oh, because it had, okay, so it had Kazuma's name, and it also had Susato's dad's name, right? Professor Mikotoba? I don't know, is still my favorite name pun from this game, really. It's so good. It was absolutely hilarious. I laughed so hard on that one. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Runo?
The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? Is that it? Oh, okay. I think we get dialogue from Sholmes now. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Let's do your gloomy mood first. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, you could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. Oh, interesting.
You're acting very strangely, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood.
They're definitely moving shit upstairs. Ugh, so annoying.
Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please. You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. Reaper attacked. I think it was Kazuma, Susato's dad, Iris's— oh, Dr. Wilson, and one other person. Okay, okay. Got it, got it. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible! You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes. Prosecutor Barack Van Zeeks. Barack? They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever is in the dock.
even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition.
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Holmes. You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. You're so silly, Sholmes. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out the door.
Alright then, Runo, let's get going.
Oh, Iris, what are you wearing?
I've got change to go to the great exhibition. You're going to take me.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then.
Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you?
Of course, and after the Supreme Court, then we'll go see the great exhibition.
My throat. Hold on, I need some water. I forgot how, like, taxing these streams were on my voice. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here, but some things never change. Like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago, when Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. I understand you wish to speak with me. Oh, okay. Do you guys remember my voice for Strongheart? Was he also like... Did I do like a judge voice for him? Oh, Lord Strongheart, I trust you've been keeping well. Let's see, since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies.
Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space.
Good to know.
Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Mayo Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. Hold on, I need to adjust my camera a little bit. There we go.
As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Oh, I've not heard about that.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind, as it happens.
Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
Permission to work first. I actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system, and I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role.
Oh, well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
Sorry?
The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean...
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Thank you! Thank you so much!
That's wonderful news, Bruno!
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope?
Of course, please tell me more. A curious affair. Let's keep going this path. Or should we talk about the Forensic Science Symposium first? A curious affair. Yay, since Inside Out. You described it as a curious affair.
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no.
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care.
Whatever the serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination.
It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Asman.
Mr. Odie Asman. Odie Asman. Odie... Is that a pun? Odie Asman. Mr. Odie Asman. Odie Asman. Odie... Odie Asman? Mr. Odie. Mr. Odie? No. I don't know if that's a pun or not. I can't figure it out. An investor and a well-known figure in a society. A large explosion?
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow on the charge of murder.
What? Murder?
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
The Great Exhibition. A scientific experiment gone wrong and murder? I feel out of my depth before I've even started. Still...
We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor, don't you think?
Definitely!
Ah, yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh? With Lord Van Zeeks? How? Okay, Forensic Science Symposium. Odious man? Maybe. Mr. Odie... Asman? Odious man? Maybe?
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Ah!
London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly. The future of policing.
Yeah.
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods.
Oh dear, that's alarming.
Exactly. It's extremely alarming.
Yeah.
All Iris is doing
Yeah.
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry?
By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now.
What?
Oh, how fascinating!
It all began 15 years ago. I was... And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission. My bad. Oh, right. Yes, that's, wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Can we clip that? You can clip anything you want. Okay, I looked it up and the fandom wiki reckons it's Odious Man too. Oh, I see. Okay. Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Okay, so is that everything? Do I ask about the paper? Do I present this to him? Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. That. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does, strangely. There it is, Van Zieks' condition. Okay. Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely? Did it work? I'm pretty sure it worked. I'll check my clips after stream. Thank you so much for clipping it, Floppy. I appreciate that. The victim's henchman certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman. Mr. Odiasman! Odious man! Okay. I think I hear it now. I hear it. I see it. Did you say Asman?
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition!
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality the head of a significant criminal organization. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, I'm moving some stuff around in my setup here. Apologies. Okay. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Something's clearly going on here.
I have Van Ziek's work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons.
Oh my goodness! Hello, hello! Welcome in, Raiders! How are you? Big Four, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Give me 1 second. Let me go into the menu so that we can welcome you guys in. Hello, Raiders! Big Fort! Hello, welcome in! Let me give you a shout out here. How was stream today? Were you playing some, Yakuza? Warhammer 40,000. Oh, I think my friend was talking about that. Did that come out recently? Also, Raiders, hello, welcome in. My name is Princess. If you don't know me, I'm a variety VTuber here on Twitch. I play usually a lot of Jump King. Today we're playing some Great Ace Attorney. It's been like 6 months since I last played, so we're like trying to refresh our memory. Thank you for the pie and the head pat, Chrono. But welcome in, Big Fort. I know you probably have been streaming for a while and you probably want to get some rest, so no worries if you need to raid and run. But if you'd like, I would like to give you a feature for raiding into my stream. You know the drill. You can either pick your VOD from today, or we can do 3 completely random shout out clips that will just play on stream, and that way people can see if they like your stream, if they like your vibes, they can give you a follow. But yeah, welcome in. Nope, I've been waiting for Space Marine 2 for a hot minute now, so I've been super excited. How's GAA treating you? You know, despite being gone for roughly 6 months from the game, I remembered a lot from the last case, so I think we're doing pretty good getting back into it. I want to finish this game because I don't think I told you guys actually. Do clips so you can possibly gamble vicariously through me. Yeah. Okay, let's look at some gambling. Let me turn the sound off for this game real fast. Let's do some clips here.
My wife said I'm not allowed to set a card on fire in the apartment. I'm really sorry, guys.
Ooh, wait, why did you stab the card? Is that a bad card? You literally, that someone just clipped you stabbing a card. That's hilarious. Setting a card on fire into the house does seem kind of dangerous because Hody Jones is an asshole. I'm afraid to ask, but who's Hody Jones? Monster Hunter? Did you die, or did you kill it, like, epically? What happens in this clip? Oh, yo!
Bro, look, like...
Oh. How? Wait, what happened in that clip? Did you die, or did you make it? That looks like a scary monster. Are you looking forward to the new Monster Hunter? I don't know what it's called, next year?
I know what it is, but I haven't had it. And every time you and Rizna bring it up, and every once in a while, like when I pop into Eddie's stream, every time I pop into Eddie's stream, he's talking about Jollibee. And that's why I'm like, shut the fuck up, Eddie. Damn it.
Have you ever had Jollibee? I think I've had Jollibee like 1 time. I don't think there's one close by. I would like I would like to try more Jollibee because I think it's been like a really long time actually since I had Jollibee. I screamed how for the rest of the fight. Oh, yes. But guys, if you liked the vibes, it seems like Big Fort does a lot of crafting. Maybe some trading card game pack openings. And I know he's played a lot of like, is it Genshin that you play? And I know you've also done like Yakuza games, so, or Mahjong, right? So if you guys are interested, please check out Big Fort, give him a follow. Again, the link is right here. There you go. And again, Big Fort, don't feel pressured to stay if you need to raid and run. We're going to be playing Great Ace Attorney until I feel like my voice can't take it anymore. It's been a long time since I've done like a stream where I'm like doing all of the talking and voice acting. So it is, I can feel it in my voice. I can feel it in my throat. It is a little bit more intense than usual for me. So maybe it won't be too bad if I take it easy for the rest of the evening. But welcome in, Raiders. I live where there is no Jollibee, but Han and Reisna are always apt to tease if I'm around when they bring it up. I've switched to my gamba of choice being Zenless Zone Zero. Ah, the new hot game that everyone's been talking about. The ZZZs. I have not played a gacha game in like forever, so you know, I'm like a really frugal person, and I know that I feel FOMO a lot, so I don't need that in my life. I can't spend money. ZZZ, aka the bakery. Wait, what do you mean? Why is it the bakery? Is there a lot of like husbandos and waifus in there? All right, I'm gonna turn this back on. Here we go. Let's save real fast, actually, while we're here.
Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand?
Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course.
'Cause there's so much cake? Ah, I see. Yoga complete. Has Princess been solving crimes or causing crimes? I've been solving crimes. I've been real good about solving the crimes, okay? So, you know, that's up to you to believe or not, though, you know? But glad that you were able to get your workout done, Fuzz. Welcome back. We all are so proud of you. Patting you on the back. You should pat yourself on the back, too.
Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
11 hours late? That's quite something. Wait, you're working out while you're sick? I hope that you get better, or that like you're not stressing your body. Don't stress your body out too much. If you're sick, make sure you're also getting the rest that you need. That is not a very compelling witness statement. And thanks for the pie.
That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man.
Strongheart is such a busybody. He really is. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh, yes. Where would I find Lord Van Zieks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth.
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Okay, so we have the prison where Professor Harebrain is at, and then we have the prosecutor's office, which is where Lord Van Zieks is at. Should we talk to the quote-unquote criminal first? Or should we talk about what happened to Van Zieks? Let's talk about... Do I want to know about the crime that the potential victim committed and what he was acquitted of? Or do I want to... Let's talk to the professor first. What should the professor sound like? I hate seeing new characters because finding a voice finding a voice for characters is so hard. The warden said cell 11. That's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain. I don't know, what vibes are you guys getting? Like a nerdy vibe, maybe? Are we getting, like, nerd, or are we getting, like, uptight? You know what I mean? Like, nerd, but English. I can't do accents, so it'll just have to be my best, like, nerd impression. Han has such a good nerd voice when she does, like, the last time she did voice acting and she was acting as a nerd on stream for me, it was, like, great. How did she do it again? Kind of like a lisp. Uptight or nerd? The duality of man.
Who are you?
I don't know. I don't think that's right. We'll figure it out. Oh.
A lawyer!
Was it something I said?
A lawyer, you say? What would you be here? Oh, about the experiment. Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't...
Yesterday's demonstration. Demonstration was... That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that... No one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they'll leave at high velocity.
Did she do the thing where it sounds like her tongue is in her nose? Yes! I don't know how she does it, and it's so funny when Han voices a nerd. It's like... It's so funny. Man, I gotta like go listen to her clips doing it. It's so good, ain't it? It really is so good. Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. Okay, hold on. We'll find his voice eventually. I think like we just have to do more lines with him, and maybe I'll find his voice eventually. Maybe. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in... Oops, sorry. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Oh, yes. You could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success.
I feel like I'm not getting it. Am I getting it? I don't think I'm getting it. You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However...
The machine exploded and Mr. Asman, in fact, perished.
Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here, and for that I wish to be punished at once. But... murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident, simply an accident!
I see.
Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Yes. It's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder...
Their voices... I feel like my voice for Iris and my voice for the professor are too similar.
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pore over it as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial. Ah, I see now. Interesting. Instantaneous kinesis. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes! Or rather, no, the devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating! Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis.
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science.
Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again.
Well, yes, that would be incredible.
And the next, in their mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach.
So, no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days?
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris? It's okay, you're not known for your diversity in voices. We still love you. It's true. I don't have range. I have maybe like 3 voices that I do for everybody.
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk.
My word, that's exactly right.
Oh, what are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, that got Professor Bunny Brain really worried by the look of it.
Clearly, this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works, but without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science.
Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars!
I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then.
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel.
Oh, really?
An archangel, even.
Archangel? Archangel. Odie ass man! Hello. Yes, thank you. Odie ass man.
He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life. Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Okay, is there anything else that we might need to present to him? I think that's all, right? Like, in terms of a conversation, that should be everything that we need. So, let's go talk to... There's nothing to present, right? It's just the newspaper? Yeah, that's not really related to him. Or is it? Okay, let's just present it. Let's just see. Before we leave, right? I thought we read this one already. Okay, wait, go back. Present. Okay, yeah. Ugh, how could this have happened? You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged, too. I know what happened. It must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still there now! It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Sorry, one second. Yeah, okay, we're good. Sorry, I just got a text, so I just wanted to make sure that I answered because it was a little bit urgent. Did anything show up? Nothing showed up. Okay. Move to prosecutor's office now. Let's go talk to my favorite, Mr. Baron Van Zeeks. Barack Van Zeeks. Lord Barack Van Zeeks.
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
Brr, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that? That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Ah, wait, who is that? That wasn't Van Zeeks? Who is that? He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am? Look at all the wine bottles and glasses he has, because he's always smashing them during court cases. So, who's the person over there by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice. And he's sitting there of his own free will. Okay, tell me why. Tell me why that oddly looks like Azuma's sleeve. Am I like, is this copium? Is this hopium? Am I hoping too much that it's actually my dead best friend, Kazuma? Sorry, it's Kazuma. Who died but has somehow come back to life? I don't know. I feel like that's him though. Am I hoping that, I don't know. Can a dead man come back to life? Did he actually die? What's going on? Okay, sorry, hold on. There's a fire near my friend. And I just want to make sure she knows that she can come over anytime. If you need. I just want to make sure she knows that she can come over because, oh my god, there was one time I was living
in an area that was like kind of known for like wildfires, and there was like a wildfire basically about like 2 miles away, and I remember being so stressed out the entire time, and I was like not sure if it would, like, because of the wind, I wasn't sure if it was gonna come my way. I know like Ash and Ever were also like nearby if I needed anything, but I was just so stressed out the entire time, so I just wanted to make sure that my friend knew, like, hey, if you if anything turns, because wildfires can turn at any second, right? I just want to let her know that she could come over, and I needed her to know that like right away, because I don't like when there is wildfire, I think it's just really important to like act quickly, and even if it isn't headed her way, I just wanted her to know that she could come over just in case. Sorry. Okay, sorry. I really think this is Kazuma. I don't know why. I feel like it's the sleeve, but maybe that's not correct. I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? Specifically specific. He's sitting there of his own free will. I know, right? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms. Things that are a nice red flag. Last night's attack. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack. Also, I don't know, you guys, if I told you, maybe not. So Evil messaged me yesterday, because I was just chatting with him earlier, a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I kind of missed, like, I was just thinking about it, like, literally this morning too, and I was like, I don't know how I got so much work done at the beginning of this year. You guys remember when Singing March was happening and I was releasing, like, a cover literally every day? I was also working in secret on my April Fool's music cover with Corns. If you guys know, Corns is a corn VTuber from Down Under. So I was working on that with him. I was like doing the animated, like doing the hand animation. And in addition to that, I was also putting out my like 2 ASMR audios a week. So God, I got so much done in March. And I was just thinking back, and I was telling Eva, I was like, I really miss Singing March, because I was able to put out so much content, and I was like working late. Like I usually work late, but I was working late with like people who were also working late, who had a reason to like stay up to like work late, right? I was like, man, I really miss that. And so yesterday he literally tagged me and he was like, Princess, what were you saying about Singing March? And then I looked at his thing, and apparently there is a challenge for October. It's called V October, where there's like themes for songs, and I was like, maybe, I don't know, I'm considering it. I'm considering doing V October. Luckily, it is a little bit easier than Singing March. It looks like it's going to be one cover every 3 days, so a little bit more manageable than one cover every night, right? But like, I think it's just absolutely insane. Am I gonna do this? I might. The themes are kind of strange though. I don't know what songs to pick for certain themes. Like, I don't know, if you look up V October on Twitter, I'm sure you'll find it. But it's like, there's like the word wither and like the word prick and stuff. And I was like, I don't know what songs to pick for those. Also, my like, my width of song knowledge is not that deep. So, I like don't know that many songs with that many themes, so I guess we'll see. Anyways, maybe look out for that in the next like month when October comes. You'll find out very soon if I am doing that or not.
True. Carried out by henchmen of Odie Asmon's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odie Asmon. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual cause of death. I know about that. It was a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asmon died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death, at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're...
What?
Interesting. I'd understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, though. Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together. I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science. So our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him. Oh, only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed!
What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believed it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh. It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zeeks. I see, I see. Should we present to him the newspaper? So he's not a demigod, but he's also not considering humans his kind. Uh-huh. Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper. Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? Unmask him! Unmask him! As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. I feel like it's Kazuma. I gotta go. Bye, everyone. Colorblind, thank you so much for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed stream today. Thank you, thank you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Let me tuck you in. Thank you, thank you. I'll see you later. This is so soulmates of them. He's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? Your apprentice. Kazuma's unalived, remember? I know, but why do I hope that it's him? Because his name appeared on the list, but also Susato's dad appeared on the list. He's alive. Dr. Wilson was on the list. He's dead. So is there someone deadening all the people whose names appear on that list? I don't know. I feel like... Is it stupid to hope that maybe he's alive? I don't know. Is he alive? Did he die really? Are we sure that he died? Did we like... I don't remember the case. Who examined his body? Was it a real body? Oh my god, a hit list. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. We saw his dead body though. Did we? Maybe it was like a fake wax body, okay? Like, can I just dream that maybe Kazuma is alive? We sent dead Kazuma off with a kiss. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Runo.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask? On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders, again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Look at me! Turn my way! We're looking. Is he looking? I'm looking, you're looking. Is everyone looking right now? Look. Yes, on the boat. Within the few hours of the night, they made a wax replica of our best friend to trick us into thinking we were in a doomed yaoi ship. I feel like, is this The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs. I'm looking respectfully. To Pimp a Butterfly, another classic CD. Hello, welcome in. I have no idea what that might be referencing, but hello, welcome in, RJ Boss. Welcome, welcome. How are you tonight? We are playing some Ace Attorney. Nice to meet you. Okay, mysterious dude. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet... somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter? Hello? Is this our best friend? I'm referencing the classic CD, To Pimp a Butterfly. I don't know that CD. Sorry. But it looks like you're jamming. Respectfully, he's not mysterious enough for a disrespectfully looking glance. I feel like anyone who's mysterious... Why are there bats in Van Zeek's office? Are these two bats just hanging around and chilling? Like, what is going on right here? It looks like you're jamming, though, RJ Boss. I hope you're having a good time. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. So we can't hear his voice either. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Huh? Oh no, I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. My best friend? My roommate? Wait, you should have paused on the Mass Apprentice portrait. We could have compared lip shades. It couldn't be? Who do you think it is, Ryunosuke? Who do you think it is? Oh my god. Do you think it's your best friend too? Ah, yes. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop and the mustache and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo.
He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese! I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. If Natsume Soseki was a cat, I can feel it. He'd have floppy ears. A floppy cat? I can see that. I think I can see that. Yeah, for sure.
I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turnip for the books.
A mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Hairbrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think. Oh, can we examine his room? Oh, we can. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh, before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. Whoa, what a sentence. Oh, so it's my fault. Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise?
Ooh. Lord Van Zeek's desk. Look, it's so stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime. To a bout of shogi problems.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that on your own at home.
Ooh, nothing particular of note. I see. Lord Van Zeek's desk. Look, it's so stylish. Okay, wait. We already... Okay. Okay, right click is to fast forward. Is there anything... Oh, this portrait? That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Oh? It's a very majestic outfit and pose, but sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. Is that even Van Zeek's though?
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
That reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh my god, I knew it! I knew it wasn't him! Called him ugly right in front of his face. Oh, then who is it? His dad? His brother? His twin! Twinsies.
Oh, look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground!
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person?
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid.
Ugh!
You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. Ugh, I really didn't think he'd overhear that. Calling him friendless right in front of his face. Nothing. Nothing, nothing. Okay. Bats? Bats. First bats. Oh my goodness, scary. Okay. What? They were bats.
Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. Last is that guy, I think, so... Oh, let's look at these barrels first. Look at all these ancient casks lining the wall there.
Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets?
You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead, do you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? That is my collection of fine vintages! Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up.
Runo and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. Okay, last but not least, Mysterious Man. It really looks like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us.
He's not dead!
I Iris is an enabler, and Ryunosuke is easily influenced and amazing too. It's true. It's a classic combination. Sorry, Hermes got up. He's... You okay, bud? Yeah? Okay. Just wanted to make sure my dog was okay. Okay, so we've had all the conversations that we could. So now we're gonna go back to the jail to talk to the professor. The Reaper's varsity years. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days?
Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, and all-around nice fellow, really.
Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Barack Van Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, Runo.
I love the way his afro jiggles.
As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling?
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learnt what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
Yes, that's right.
I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation.
Really? What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already.
Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. My opinion of Van Zeeks turned around a little after I realized that he's gay. Oh, I mean, I loved Van Zeeks from the very beginning, so... he's racist, but, you know, for sure, like, super racist, but, you know... I like him. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work, is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it! Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. A man of science is all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law, it's all I know. You have to believe me, please.
When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage. None of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. All right, Runo, it's time. Time to visit the great exhibition.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Alright, let's save here real fast. He got on my nerves, but love is love, I guess. Wait, who's he in love with? Van Zeeks is in love with someone? Does he fall in love with the professor? His contemporary? We saved, right? Let's just save again. Just for... I can't remember if we've saved. Let's just save again. Just for good measure. Okay. That we saved for sure. A new location has been added. Experimentation stage. Ugh, the showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times.
There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times, too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. It sounds like an argument. Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you, I'll arrest you in a minute.
Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it.
Wait, I know those voices.
You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare ya. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yeah, Gregsy, what are you doing up there? You winning, governor?
Hi, Creed. Welcome in. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Monday night. Whoa! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You! Here! Huh, your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable. I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. I'm doing well. How goes the attorney work? We finished the previous case, and somehow I was able to remember a few really key things. Of course, I believe LJ and Show and Floppy reminded me about a couple things that I forgot about, but for the most part, I think I was able to, like, remember what happened and then also figure out, before they revealed it in the game, figure out what happened to Shamspear. So, you know, that is to say, I am a genius. But there are limits, surely, or there should be. Watch it, sunshine! Sorry. What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling?
A measly 5 bob, is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya?
You could stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto. I forgot her voice. It's gonna shift around a little bit until we find it again, I'm sure. Well, hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. greatest ace attorney is how I met one of my friends. Oh, that's so sweet. Did you meet them like in a stream or something, or were you playing it? Because you're not a streamer, right, Floppy? I was about to say, did you stream it and meet someone? But you know. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Odo? Diver. Pickpocket. What's with all the name-calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do ya? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. After a year's long time, people can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Oh, cute. I think I've streamed Dangan 1 or 2 before, but just for friends. Oh, okay. I see. Cute. Inspector. That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. What's that supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, all right? Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. Interesting. We met through Greatest Ace Attorney fandom. Oh, like on Twitter or like Tumblr? Maybe? Question mark? It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The dive-in weren't working out.
Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done!
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective.
You got it. Good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Talk about a sea change.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise then. Nothing serious.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet.
So, anyway,
that's how come I add a go at the...
That's for Scotland Yard. Sorry, this accent is so hard to read. My friend is an artist? Oh, I see. Artists are such lovely people to meet in a fandom because they literally feed you. Where's all the food? Go follow the artists.
Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem. Nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and the short of it is, you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Lestrade? Lestrade. Is it Lestrade? 1 Lestrade or 2 Lestrade? Like straddle. Or Strahd like a straw. 1 Lestrade. Thank you. Okay. I will remember. Thank you, Creed. 3, says Floppy. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Ooh, what, Runa, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she still is.
Come on, you're not still on about that, are ya? The Legend of the Reaper, whatever it's called?
Cor, you don't have worry. Cor, you don't have worry, although I really don't, I don't understand what that's supposed to be. If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. Oh god. I see.
It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside, that I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly, so I ain't worried. I'm totally fine.
Imagine studying English at school and your first exposure to it overseas is through law books and Cockney accent. Sounds very difficult.
Or it was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled out a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop! I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean, you saw it, Ginny, with your own eyes.
Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is that I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
Well, see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bonniebrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success?
Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way. It was? How can it have been? Irunosuke is better than me. I don't think I would have understood anything my defendant was saying. I forget the region, but there's a Japanese dialect that's effectively the language equivalent to Cockney accent. Are you talking about Osaka Ben? Because I know, like, standard is like Tokyo, and most Japanese people have the Tokyo accent, I guess you could say. And then like Osaka accent is kind of difficult to understand if you're not used to like hearing and listening to Japanese. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where'd you think that they found the victim's body, eh?
In the Crystal Tower over there.
What? In the tower? Interesting. Wait, did it get just like flinged across? There's no way, right? You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold.
Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean?
Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with. Really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there.
So you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan on the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you. Did I? Has been entered into the court record. Let's take a look at that. They built a teleportation machine! Diagram showing the relative positions of the Crystal Tower and Professor Hairbrain's machine that exploded. So it's here. And the Crystal Tower is here. And I assume that the body was like here. So maybe it just got shot across? Maybe because there was like a bomb here that like flung the body across this way to the tower? I don't know. Magnifying glass. I mean... Is there anything to actually look at here or no? I don't think there is. I don't know why there's a magnifying glass here. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself.
Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday.
Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither.
Why? What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, isn't it? So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. I thought I could have a gander on the quiet, though, but the boss caught me at it. You probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya?
It's not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Odo? Go on, see if you can get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is.
We can try, can't we, Runo? Gregsy will listen to us.
Okay, so... We've looked at everything. Let's examine this area real fast, because it looks like there's like... Ooh, there's definitely things we can look at. Okay, so let's look at this green thing first.
Oh, look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth.
It's not like any fabric I've seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
Torn piece of canvas-like material backed with rubber that was found under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. There are scorch marks at the edges. Okay. Maybe this area where there's like debris? For some reason the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Runo.
What's this? A piece of the tower, maybe?
Ah, it looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid? What is that? Wait, what? What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this, just in case. A very curious device found behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds, almost as if it had been hidden there deliberately. Okay. We did take it. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently, everyone's taking to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from the above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan.
Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London a year, Runo. It's time you got used to our measurements.
Yes, well... This thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here too. Okay, so... oh, stairs. These stairs obviously led to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Okay, so this is the stage, and the device is clearly sparking right now, so it's broken. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up.
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words,
Jesus Christ.
explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
That might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time, he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, while sighing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Let's examine first. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Runo. I do wish I could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with a present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially. And see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Bartitsu Master Ninjas.
What is she trying to say? Bartitsu? I don't know. 12-hour stream? Definitely not. What are we at? We're at like almost 4 hours? No. not 12. But hello, Duo, welcome back from your lurk. I appreciate you for jumping in right when we started. How's the evening going? You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think.
Oh, well, that's dull.
Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a chonmage top knot I could introduce you to.
A chonmage, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him, do you?
Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. Okay. Anything? Oh, here we go. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So, someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air.
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know?
A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, I think if you were to... Stop! Don't touch that!
I have a headache, so I'm going back to lurk. No worries, Duo. I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better. Thank you for lurking. I am dealing with neighbor noises that are very loud, like banging. They must be picking up and setting things down because I keep hearing banging upstairs. Very upsetting.
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Grexy.
Nah, they porking it? Please don't say that again. Agreed. Please, your ladyship, I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Look, 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 look. Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. I guess we can't examine anything anymore? We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector, so we should be allowed to examine the scene. Huh! Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty! Oh, yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government think it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Huh?
Surely that's alright, isn't it, Grexy?
Course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship, but please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runo?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Okay, so as long as we don't touch anything, let's go back to just looking. Just looking. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I won't touch a thing, I promise, so please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly, the annoying, obstructive, flaming rules! Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think.
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A.
Is it? Oh, yes, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said.
Yes, I understand. Sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. Oh god, please guys, you're not supposed to touch anything. You know this.
But Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Runo found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. There what? Wait, what? Hi, Corns! Welcome in! How are you? Let me give you a shout out here. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. He's gone off with it.
That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. Recreed. Oh, I see. Don't worry about it, Corns. Okay, so all of that is already... Okay, we can't look at anything else here. But this map does... Oh, here, right side, Ferris wheel. What is that gigantic thing over there? It looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins, you'll see.
How are you, Corns? Good afternoon over there. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour.
If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Runo.
Going well, just chomping lunch at 3 p.m. Understandable, sometimes we're just really busy. Ferris wheel is the best ride. I hate the Ferris wheel. I have a fear of heights, and the Ferris wheel is like low enough to the ground that it triggers it. When I'm in the air, like airplane wise, it's not so scary, but the Ferris wheel is just high enough off the ground, but low enough that it registers as like height still to me. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm explaining it weirdly. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the crystal tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the crystal tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, an accident would have happened in the first place, of course. No way, joyless answer. It also doesn't help that when I was little, I got on one of those Ferris wheels at the like boardwalk, and it wasn't like slow. It was definitely one of those Ferris wheels that, well, I guess it was kind of slow, but it wasn't like a fixed cabin. Like it was something that you could rock, and it wasn't, because it was a boardwalk one, it wasn't like an official like thing. It was just a very like cheaply put together one, I think. It just was kind of scary. I have been scared of Ferris wheels literally ever since. I don't ride them very often, like at all. The ones I've been on are all the cabinless ones. It's too scary for me.
I suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Oh, balloon. So those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly, but I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please!
If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode.
Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Final Fantasy VII Aerith Ferris wheel date is the closest I've been to being in one of the cool cabin rides. Aerith Ferris wheel date? You go on a date with Aerith on a Ferris wheel? I don't remember that from Rebirth. Or Remake, not Rebirth. I haven't played Rebirth yet, for anyone wondering. Okay, I think that's everything. So now that we examined everything, let's have a conversation with the inspector. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across to the crystal tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the onslaught of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new Highfalutin Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it! I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. The Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flamin' thing with it.
Poor Gregsy. He's very head up, isn't he?
One time when I was on the Ferris wheel, the seat lock lifted as they were starting the ride, so we got delayed. Oh, that's scary. That's absolutely frightening. Absolutely not. No, thank you. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Huh. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently, with a real twinkle in his eye as I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service, and if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, Hang science, that's what I say!
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah,
Well, there is a point, sadly. Sorry? Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. The scientists get funding? Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't ya? Hang science! Hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Apparently, Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research. That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks. What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks mans the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. How is this man not 500 pounds with the amount of fish and chips he eats while working? Dude, okay, I don't know if anyone here has been to the UK, but I'm gonna be real with you. That fish and chips in the UK just taste so different from the fish and chips in America. And like, honestly, they're so good. Like, I don't know what it is about a UK fry that like is so thick cut, crispy on the outside, tender, flaky on the inside. It is like the best potato that I've ever eaten in my entire life. It's so good. Maybe the potatoes are different over there. Maybe the oil they use is different, or the way they cook it is different, but something about it is just different, and it's so good. Where did the sponsored bit come from? No, I was just dreaming about all the fish and chip. Like, I just remember it being so Princess funded by UK Tourism Department. Hello, UK government, would you like to sponsor me, please? I will talk about all the delicious foods that I ate. Because there was actually delicious foods, I promise. The UK is not a barren wasteland of cuisine. It was actually, on my trip, the food was so good. Coins, you live in a place where a jar of yeast is considered a delicacy. What is it, Marmite or Vegemite or something? Talking of Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? The mystery of the Reaper. Getting any sponsorship before you get a Nexile one would be off-brand, though. It's true. I wish Nexile would sponsor me, but I don't know. I do understand, too, that, like, I need to, like, actually contact Nexile at some point and be like, hey, I would like to be sponsored by you because I love Jump King and I would love to play the next game that you have available, which is Jump King Quest. However, I have not grown the balls big enough to contact them to ask to be sponsored by the company. Plus, I also think like Nexile is a pretty small company too. Like, I don't know if they would be willing to like contract with me as an affiliated brand ambassador? I don't know. The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman, he was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Barak Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zieks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denies that charge. We've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have an idea what that is? No clue. Really? Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, hey? He knows something. Okay, do we want to present anything to him? What if we present each of these things and then it might trigger some dialogue? I don't know. I click on that and... oh, I can't. Wait, present. Back? Now I can present if I do this. Present. Inspector, have you read this paper? Yeah, 2 unwelcome blasts back to back. This one at the exhibition and the Reaper getting attacked. I know, terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it? I tried to pretend I hadn't read it and turned over for another 40 winks. Thanks to that, I was late up and got a roastin' from the super. Some mornings are like that, aren't they? Okay, so let's present this one. Experimentation sketch. As a detective, what do you make of this? Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10, I find clues turn out to be red herrings. Okay, that's not relevant. A very persuasive argument. Okay, what about this? Nothing. Okay. What about this? No, nothing. Okay. So, then he doesn't have any more dialogue for us, does he? We've already examined everything, so let's move. Where? Where do we go? Do we... go talk maybe here? We haven't been back here. Okay, I think this is correct, maybe. Because it's giving us new like thingies, so maybe it's okay. Oh, I can use the mouse wheel for this. Okay. Maybe have a conversation first? What to do? So excited about the prospect. Oh, hold on.
I'm so excited about the prospect of Naruhodo's anything consultancy open for business again.
That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's legal consultancy. I've done a lot of studying in these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. I can't wait to start practicing again.
Nothing's changed in here at all, though, has it? It's as though time has stood still in here since Susie went back to Japan.
I wanted to keep it ready for Miss Susato in case she was able to return to Britain at any point. So I've just left everything the way it was.
Oh, I see. Right. And there was me thinking it's because of the way you are, Runo. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean.
Iris, this isn't the time or the place to bring up my tidiness or lack of it. Is that it? Do we want to, like, go through the evidence? Iris, about this paper.
Oh yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I'm so excited about it. Once you've done what you need to do, we should go
We should all go together and explore. I don't know. It sounds like it could be quite dangerous. We wouldn't want to get caught in an explosion as we were walking around in the showground.
Oh, is that what you think's going to happen, is it?
Have a look at this. Okay, I do think this is just regular dialogue. I thought you were supposed to say objection or the like when you present evidence. Okay. There's no actual dialogue for that. Okay.
Objection.
Oh god, okay.
Yay, that was great. Right, next.
Alright, I get the message. Someone's not in the mood for looking at things. This one. Okay, that's also regular dialogue, so that gives nothing. And lastly, this one? Also nothing. Okay, sorry for all of that. Okay, cool. Back. Are we missing something? Sholm Suite? No. There's no... There's no, like, new... Oh, no. What? Nothing here. We can't talk to him. There's no converse. Maybe Gina? We talked about everything. I thought we also presented everything to her. The dreaded, I've exhausted all my options, but I can't progress the story loop. Yeah, what? We did examine... Maybe if we present stuff to her? Gina, would you take a look at... No, where did it go? Looking for this, Odo? When did you do that? I wonder if you've got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Give that back first, please. Okay, so that's not it. Maybe we can talk about this with her? Because she gave this to us, right? Nope. She doesn't want to talk about it either. Maybe if we talk about this? Nope, that's not it either. This thing? Okay, she knows nothing. Examine. Are we missing any items on screen that we haven't examined yet? I see all of these have a red... Oh! Well, this is upstairs. To move... Okay, let's move then. To the stage. Okay. And just real quick, I'm just gonna... I feel like I've gotten everything. What are we missing? All of this has been examined. So has this, and I looked at the balloons. I had a conversation with him. Did I present everything to him? What do you make of this? Yeah, okay. I already present... What? Okay, so... Are we not... We're not here. What if we're... What, like at the prosecutor's office? Nothing to present. What if we examine Van Zieks? Lord Van Zieks.
I think he's ignoring you, Runo.
The prosecution and defense should avoid speaking outside of the courtroom as a rule. So if anyone is being rude here, it's most certainly the man in black standing there before us.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for setting the record straight. Did you see that? He spoke to me, Runo.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, have you managed to visit the Great Exhibition yet?
He's definitely ignoring you.
Right. No niceties either, then. Nothing? We can't present evidence. Nothing is flagging as something that we haven't looked at. What the fuck am I supposed to do? What? I'm so confused. The guy's gone. Okay, so nothing here, truly. So if we go back, we move. Let's move one up to the prison. Is there anything? Maybe if we examine, we can't. There's nothing here. We can only move. So move to the Lord Chief Justice's office. Maybe if we examine this? Maybe there's some on the sides here? Anything? You couldn't read all these books even if you were reincarnated 3 times over as a bookworm.
Oh, I know. So much reading material. I'm very envious. I've really been running out of things to read recently.
That's because you read so fast.
Perhaps little by little I could swap some of the books here with some of mine from home.
I don't see why not. No one would notice, or at least I wouldn't, even if I was reincarnated 3 times over as a librarian. That doesn't sound like a good thing to do. Maybe don't do that.
Oh, I've just had a great idea.
What is it?
We could hide inside these suits of armor and spy on the Fob Watchmaster to find out what he's really like.
I don't have that much interest in what Lord Strongheart is really like, though.
Oh, please, it would be fun. You could be inside the left one and I'll go in the right.
You really want to have a go in a suit of armor, don't you?
Huh. Now you're making fun of me because I'm a child, aren't you?
I wasn't making fun of you at all. I'd like to have a go too. Okay, so not that. What's this? Okay, up here? The cogs of the giant clock are keeping time as usual with their steady rhythmical motion. It's really quite disturbing how little sound they make, considering their massive size.
Someone very brilliant must have designed it, and whoever maintains it must be very talented too. But I'm not entirely convinced it's even a clock.
What? But what about the huge clock face that forms the window over there?
Some people just make machines that move for the fun of it because they enjoy watching them. Rather like how Hurley makes his rambling deductions just for the fun of it. Even if the outcome isn't quite right.
Never mind all the trouble it gets others into along the way. Okay, so not that. Maybe this? What is happening right now? The Lord Chief Justice's desk. When you look at that, there's no mistaking Lord Strongheart's authority, is there?
But the light from the window behind is far too bright. It would be very bad for the eyes.
I hadn't thought of that. There are no curtains, that's for sure.
What's more important, having a desk with an air of authority or having eyes that work?
I can't say I'd ever considered it. After all, my little office barely has any light to speak of, and I haven't really seen my desk in a while. Okay, so nothing there. Oops. Okay, I've already read that. That's the book stuff. So I wanted examined is okay. We looked at that, the armor. Okay, nothing is getting flagged. Maybe is there anything here? Nothing. So then we go up one to Sholmes' suite. Examine? Let's start from the left. Okay. Every time I look at that machine, I can't help thinking what a monstrosity it is. What's it called again?
The great analytoscope. It can analyze absolutely anything, you know.
It does seem incredible, and at the same time, incredibly useless.
Ah, but it looks impressive, doesn't it? So that makes it very useful.
How does that make it useful?
Because it means you can pawn it off for lots of money.
Oh, I mean, I guess.
The pawnbrokers always make idle remarks like, "What an incredible looking machine." So Hurley's often takes it to the pawn shop when he's a little short.
It sounds like this thing pulls its weight around here more than I realized by having its weight pulled around. Okay, so that's not it. What am I missing? Books, papers, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Miss Susato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand a mess.
Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves.
Oh? Why not?
Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement right from the outset.
You make it sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up. His violin? Yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous?
Yes, it's a Stradivarius. I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Runo.
If I were to save up for 100 years, I wouldn't choose to buy a violin, personally.
Oh? What would you buy then?
I really have no idea. I think I'll have to do it so I can find out. This is the letter that got stabbed. I do love a good fire in the colder months. Watching the flames flickering and dancing about is just so very relaxing.
Cleaning out the chimney isn't so relaxing, though.
No, getting covered in soot isn't my idea of fun.
You know, Hurley decided he was going to clean it out himself last year. But you can guess what happened, can't you? He got himself stuck inside the flue.
He's a very slim man, I admit, but there are limits to where a fully grown man can fit.
Now every time he dozes off by the fire, he has nightmares about it.
Wait, I have a violin story. Ooh, Floppy, share your violin story. Yes. The huge metal chest with the lace cloth laid on it, being used as a table for tea and coffee. It's very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut.
That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases.
Yes, so I've been led to believe, though personally I've never actually seen inside.
And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten.
What? Is there a beast inside there or something? I was watching Two Sets Violin on video on violin buying scams and realized that my violin teacher might have also scammed us? Wait, what happened? Tell me more. Tell me more about this scam. Thank you for the pie and the head pat. All these different pieces of evidence from cases that Mr. Sholmes has solved are very interesting.
The trouble is, Hurley forgets things so quickly. He never remembers why these things are relevant. The other day, for example, he saw the orange pips that were there and decided to plant them in the garden.
Pips?
Yes, they've all sprouted now. We have 5 new little plants.
Oh, well, I don't know what case they were from, but if Mr. Sholmes can get oranges to grow outside in England, he should change his profession. Okay, nothing there. Yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle.
Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago, the theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see, especially if it's cut with a rounded top.
Oh, really? And this garnet was blue, was it?
Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered.
Oh.
So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case.
A proper Sherlock Holmes conundrum, huh? My violin is supposed to be pretty decent because the back is one piece of wood and he brought it back with him from China. But even my mom was like, it doesn't sound good though since the beginning, but we didn't know enough to bring up anything concrete. Oh no, Floppy! I'm so sorry! That sucks! I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day.
Well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice.
When you call it a concoction, it sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time.
Oh yes, that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat.
That sounds ominous. What am I missing? I'm so confused. I realized like last week that as an adult, I can take it to a luthier and ask about the value. So whenever I get the time to go, we'll see what happens. Well, keep us updated. But honestly, if you think knowing might make you feel even worse, I feel like ignorance is bliss in that situation. You've already spent the money, right? It's not like money that you can get back. So I don't know. Sometimes it's better not to even like worry about things because you can't change the situation now, you know? But if you're curious, I guess.
I can type with my eyes shut, you know.
I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun.
That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. It was such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was typing for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake.
That's incredible.
But then, when it got light, I found out that there wasn't any paper in the machine. Now I wonder if I'd actually been typing at all.
I think you might have just fallen asleep on the job. Nothing. This is the wait. This is the last thing. Naruhodo's legal consultancy? Am I supposed to examine this room? I'm so confused. The office spade. Now that Miss Susato's gone, the shovelers aren't represented to correct me. Maybe I'll have to do it myself. That's not a spade, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
Ah, so you're a spader, are you, Runo? What, you want to battle it out?
Alright, I'm not going to argue with a native English speaker who has some kind of gun. I want to know how much he might have scammed us for. I know his address. Oh, I see. Miss Susato's tea set that she left here with me. I still think green tea is just too bitter, though. Thank goodness for sugar and milk. Mr. Sholmes certainly wasn't expecting the acrid taste that one time. I've never heard anyone let out a scream like that before. Or seen anyone fall down the stairs quite like that either. It always brings a smile to my lips when I'm feeling a little down.
Oh, well, do you know what that reminds me of? The day I gave you some black coffee when you weren't expecting it. You fell all the way down the stairs as well, didn't you, Runo?
Yes. Do you think we could try to forget that, please, Iris? That doesn't bring a smile to my lips at all. Either way, the instrument sounds kind of dull, so maybe it's an alignment thing that they can help fix. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Now, at first glance, my desk here might look as though it's in a mess. However, it's not in a mess at all. Everything is exactly where I want it to be. But whenever Miss Susato looked at it, she'd put her hands on her hips and say, "Oh dear." Her way of saying that I should make it a more orderly and neat mess. I miss that.
You sound just like Hurley, you know. He says the same about his mess.
It's the kind of logic that transcends international borders, obviously. Where? What? I'm so confused. The photograph of us all together that day. Is it this? It makes me a little sad to look at it now, which is why I'd taken to lying it flat. But Mr. Sholmes righted it every single time, and I've grown accustomed to it. I hope we'll all be together again like that one day soon. What? Does anyone know what I'm supposed to be looking for? I've literally clicked on everything. Hold on. Look at the prawns and the anemones gently swaying around in the tank. Regular cleaning, some food, and fresh seawater is all they need, and some conversation, of course. It seemed like a lot of effort at first, but it was worth it. I'm starting to be able to tell what they're thinking. Funny to think that so many people in London had aquariums like this once, when they were in vogue. You'd never expect to find sea anemones in the middle of the capital. I think I'll have to name them soon.
Oh no! Runo's disappeared.
What?
I expect he's been eaten by Hurley.
I think I'd prefer if you used your imagination more when naming the sea life. She named them after the two of them. That's funny. It's Miss Susato's desk. I suppose it won't get used now that she's gone back to Japan. It'll just have to wait here patiently for its old friend to return.
Even now, I sometimes find myself pouring a cup of tea for Susie by mistake.
Ah, that explains why I sometimes find a steaming cup on her desk here. It shocks me every time. But it's just one of your pranks, I see.
It's no prank. I miss her.
Okay. I never did see what Mrs. Susato's room looks like. I could go in now, of course, but I don't dare. They say a young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets. Although, from the laughter I used to hear when you would visit, I imagine it's mainly sweet.
Oh, we used to have such fun in Susie's room. She told me all sorts of interesting things about your country, you know.
Guys, that's literally everything. I think I've clicked on everything. What am I supposed to do? Converse? Has anything? No. I've literally clicked on everything. Click on everything twice? That doesn't make any sense. Why would I need to click on everything twice? There's... Do I look it up? Did I... Oh, shit. Hold on. Hold on.
That's where the cove ended up after is instant kinesis or whatever they call it, then of course.
And yet they're calling the experiment a success?
What's the wooden scaffold there for?
The coppers, our lads, set that up after the incident happened. To get the body down, I think. Don't know, really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then?
Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff.
Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Oh my god, it worked. Okay, we're done. Jesus Christ.
Runo, listen.
What is it?
I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels, is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it. It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We should go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes!
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Runo.
Madame Tussbells. I see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Oh my god, finally. I found it. So stupid. I can't believe I missed a tiny simple thing. Jesus. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes, but why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers? I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Runo? Shocked?
Wax models? I read about dead bodies and wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called a adipocere.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily, you know.
Adipocere? I think that's how you say it.
What now?
I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh.
There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait.
What is it?
Oh, no, I must be seeing things. Okay, let us not skip anything because I'm going to go crazy. Okay, let's start all the way on the left side here. And let's run our mouse. Okay, here. Is this some infamous murderer?
Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women.
I knew it. You can tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer.
Well, yes. What's the matter, Runo?
I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
I still think it has to be there for a reason. Okay, so that's done. Nothing else in this area. We have to be so careful. Okay, clearly a very suspicious arm, by the way. That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh, yes, that's the famous Tussbell Special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Pay more money? To be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment.
It was only a suggestion.
There's clearly a hand here. Why is no one noticing this? Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models has fallen over.
You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
Bruno, stop scaring me.
Is it a wax arm or a real one?
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels.
Objection! Gross. Absolutely not. Who's this? Okay. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people, and when it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
Just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Okay, anything else? That arm is going to bother me. That's so gross. I hate that.
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just that in Japanese we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Runo. That's how wars are started.
I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. Ugh. Is this an example of Western Sujigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword.
I still don't know. No. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Runo, doing that Sujigiri thing you mentioned?
Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least.
His best friend's sword! Goose, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the toy bone. How are you? Welcome, welcome.
Of course, this is real Herlock, I'm sure. It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really?
Doing well. Saw you playing my favorite series, so I had to drop in. Welcome in!
Yes, we just finished trial number 2. And, you know, figuring out the instantaneous kinesis or whatever, teleportation thing. Welcome, welcome. You can hear me doing silly little voices for each character. Oops, sorry. Hold on.
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know. But look, Runo, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle.
I'm pretty sure that's a real Hurley. You can't... Yep. You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either.
Huh? Really? Did it?
And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. This is still the first game, I think, right? No. I think this is the second game. I finished the first game because that ended with the list of names, I think. And I don't remember, like, which names, but definitely Kazuma's name was on it. And then I got confirmation that Susato's dad was on the list, and so was Dr. John Wilson. So this is game number 2, and we don't know what the list is for yet. And we don't know what happened to Lord Van Zeeks that made him all sourpuss, because apparently he was very genial back in his college days. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes, I knew it. Dude, what is that banging noise? I don't know what my neighbors are doing, and it's really weird, and it's freaking me out. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me.
But Runo has something he needs to ask you.
A question?
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So, here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success had been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
He could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow, but for now I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Are we gonna have a conversation? We are, okay. What is this place? Is he not gonna? Oh, okay. Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspel family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions. Oh my goodness, hello, welcome in, Raiders! Hello, welcome, Atra! Thank you for bringing your community over! Let me pause the game. Hello, Raiders, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Atra. How was stream today?
Let me give you these shout-outs here. Cities Skylines. Ooh, a real comfy, cozy game. Hello, Aetherius. Welcome in. Hello, Rain City Blues. Hello, Dragon's Baron. Hello, Hero Bunny. Atra, hello. We're just doing some silly, goofy, little voice acting things today with, Ace Attorney, but hello, Atra. Before you go, I know you probably want to raid and run, which is no problem. I know it's super late for you. But before you go, how would you like to be featured for your little shout out? Because as you know, I always want to thank streamers who come in with their community. Trusting me with your community is like really huge. And I would like to thank you by introducing you to my community, and we do so by showing a piece of your VOD from today, or doing 3 completely random clip shoutouts. So which would you like? Pick your poison for today. Most of it was Elden Ring and yapping. Oh, you changed games. Okay. I love Ace Attorney. Played most of them. Say one nice thing about yourself. No, I wanna, this is your time, Atra. The floor is yours. I want to talk about you and how cool you are, and if you won't say anything, I will. If you guys don't know, Atra is absolutely wonderful, a great friend, a wonderful human being. He does podcasts every Friday on his stream, invites a lot of different content creators of all different sizes who mainly focus on VTubing, lewd-tubing, and are, you know, working in like sex positive spaces. So can confirm he's amazing. Yeah, absolutely stand-up guy, super respectful. He is a lewd-tuber, but very respectful of boundaries, and if you're, you know, if you just want comfy cozy times, he's there for that too. And he volunteers when he's not working. He does volunteer to go rescue dogs and help animal shelters. So, you know, just overall like an angel, a good human being, one can say. Let us talk about you and praise you for being the sweet person you are. Exactly, Atra. Please, we love you so much. But thank you, Atra. If you don't pick, then I don't like. See, the thing is, like, with the features, I want to make sure, like, streamers are comfortable with it, because I know that some people aren't comfortable with, like, their clips being played or their VODs being played, so always ask. You just did. Of what? Your feature? No, but I want people to actually, like, see you and, like, you know, listen to your voice and see the quality of your stream. I don't know. But, well, my clips are lewd and my stream is incoherent, so... I mean, mine too, but sometimes you get some good, you know, you get some good, like, little bits and bobs from stream with all the yapping. The VOD from today was pretty good. See? But I understand, Atra, if you're not comfy with that. Fully clip from Party Animals. We do clip shoutouts, so they are completely random. I don't pick from, like, a featured shelf or anything. 10-1, the clip has flying pantsu. But yeah, it is completely up to the streamer if they're comfortable with that. So clip it is. Okay, well, we will see if we get your clip then, Atra. Let's do, again, it is 100% random, so I have no control over what plays. So it's always fun to play a little bit of Russian roulette, I guess. I do play 3 of these, by the way.
If we just stand behind the statue, can you get us? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can't hit me.
This game is so hard. I tried playing Noita before, and like I have such a hard time playing it. And I do really, really enjoy like Hades, which is I guess similar in concept, but I just could never get into it.
The witness it, the come, and then it's the uwu sound.
Witness it come. Uwu.
Witness it come. Uwu.
Oh, I hate that.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to say it again.
It's so hard. I curse whoever recommended I play it. Literally cheat to make Noita playable.
Just gotta whisper some sweet nothings, you know?
Okay. Chad, I hope you're, hang on. I had to burp.
Tuskaru! Why did it? You keep the burp in! Atra pretends I'm a new follower every time he streams Noita. He never has forgiven me. But anyways, hello Raiders, welcome in. for those of you who don't know me, my name is Princess. I'm a variety VTuber here on Twitch. I play a lot of Jump King. I also do like VA. I do like ASMR on the side. Actually, a huge inspiration and motivation of mine was Atra and like the scripts he writes. He does do like safe for work scripts, and I've done a few of them. But him, among a few other content creators, really like inspired and motivated me to start my own like ASMR journey. So I do ASMR, not on stream, but I do like read scripts and stuff on my ASMR like YouTube channel. So I don't know, if you're interested in that, check it out. I release every Monday and Friday. So yeah, thank you for the shout out. Of course, Atra, thank you so much for parking your community here. I will take good care of them, I promise. And please make sure you are getting that after stream self-care, or as my friend Pat calls it, get some ass. So go get some ass after stream. Raiders, same to you. Make sure you get some water, you know, walk around, stretch your legs, stretch your back, stretch your neck, stay limber, because, you know, you've probably been sitting with Atra for a while and you probably need to stretch out your body. We'll be here. I'm going through dialogue. This entire game is dialogue, so you know we're just gonna be reading for the rest of the evening until I feel tired and my voice hurts. Basically, I haven't done one of these streams in a really long time where I'm doing like physically talking and trying to do voices. I think that's like the big thing, is like the doing voices I think is like taking a toll on my voice, but I think we're still good for now. I could probably go for a little longer. I have to actually do some work, but thank you for being here to raid. It's wonderful to meet you, and I hope you have a great stream. Thank you, Dragon's Bairn. Is it Bairn? Barn? Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the lurk. I hope you have a good one. I'll see you around. I did Until Then for 5 hours yesterday. My poor voice. I saw your tweet that you said it was like really sad. Did you enjoy it? Is it like a really like narrative heavy kind of game? It's the first way. Barn, like Barney. Dragon's Barn. Bairn? I feel like I'm getting I said it Bairn first, like Bairn. But I'm getting conflicting information. Alright, let's go. Oh, you know what? We should save. Okay, before I forget, thank you for letting me open up the menu, because I totally forgotten to save this entire time. Okay, let's go back to the thing. Very narrative heavy, lots of dialogue. Bayern. So the first way. Oh, perfect. Fuzz, thank you for the save check. Bayerny.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses right at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach. That's just one of several legends about the Two Spells family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. I was only 7 seconds late. I tried! Thanks, Fuzz. I appreciate it. Atra just calls me whatever he wants. It's fine. There are a few people that I wouldn't mind calling me. Okay, it's not time for Degen Princess yet. It's too early. I'm an independent thinker. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Time for huh? When I stream late into the night and pretty long, you will get a peek of Degen Princess from time to time. It's when I'm tired and I can't think and like my brain is on dumb juice. Usually you'll like hear it come out. Hold on, I need to move this window. Give me a second. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows.
So they're even stiffer now than the models of them.
Have you heard of poor taste?
My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked.
So, the hideous exhibits in here are...
They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop?
Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here.
Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? That Crystal Data Center player starts coming out. Is Crystal known for being degen? Is that what that is? Interdesting, says Corn. Corn's favorite word, interdesting. Temporary waxwork. What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yeah? Really? I did not know that. I did not know our reputation was degen. Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes?
My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money!
He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. Particularly Balmung and Mateus. Okay, I knew about Balmung. Did not know about Mateus. Why Mateus? That's so funny.
As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have the ravenous Iris to consider.
Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry.
Wow! Way to guilt trip someone. Mateus is Balmung overflowing. Really? I did not know that.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo.
What's he threatening to rope me into now?
So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours.
Maybe some other time.
Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril.
Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Something to ask you!
Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then?
Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks.
Our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Or, how did you find him? Well, I trust.
Naruhodo, yeah, Naruhodo, Mr. Naruhodo. And so I filled in Mr. Sholmes about everything I'd learnt. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. Also, go rest, Atra. I know it's late over there. What are you doing? Go rest. Oh, hold on. I forgot that the wheel will, spin the dialogue. 1 second. So, I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, Hurley.
You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. That something was afoot. And that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up.
Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable...
What? Who's this? Whose voice is it?
Greetings.
Ooh, okay. Mysterious lady. Okay. What voice do I put? Do I try like a mommy voice? Like. Oh, hello. Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? This must be Madame Tussauds, right? She has a great design. I do like this, like, witchy kind of like aesthetic, you know? Okay. What voice to give her? Okay. Ada voice. I don't know how to do the very like deep, like sexy voice. Oh no, this is gonna become one of the ASMR streams that Asim is always talking about. Okay. I hope you are appreciating my museum. Sorry? Have we... That's never stopped you before. Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again. I think she's French. Just channel that. I don't know. How do I channel a French accent? Okay, you know what? I think it's not my neighbors. I've been mad at my neighbors this entire time. I think it's the game. It's when the game goes like that sound, like that's making me think that it's the neighbors stomping upstairs. Okay, I think it's fine. It's fine. Did you guys hear? So my neighbors moved in on Friday at like midnight. Who moves in at midnight? Okay, and these guys were stomping around upstairs until 3 a.m. the first night that I saw. Like I had come back from D&D at like 11:30, and they were like. They had pulled their moving truck right in front of my parking spot, so I asked them to move it. And that was like through midnight to 3 a.m. And then like, I was so mad, right? And then the weekend I baked some mooncakes. So I did like save a few for them. And I was like, I'm just gonna be brave, you know, like we love being brave and we love being extroverted and meeting new people. So I went up to gift them some mooncakes. So hopefully they are nice. And now that they can put a face to the person living below them, maybe they'll be a little bit more thoughtful and conscientious. She's the goat of game 2, so just channel a goat. Ghost. Oh, I see. Wow, great first impression. You think it's your neighbors, but it's ghosts. I told you in Jump King. Definitely in the witness protection program. Right? Like, who moves in at midnight? It's someone in the witness protection program who doesn't want to be found out, right? Okay. My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tussauds. This is my museum of waxwork. What? You're the Madame Tussauds? Bien sûr. Oh, why is there random French? Though only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular. That'll be Mr. Sholmes then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble. It's definitely the game. That is not my neighbors. Okay, that is the game making the ka-thunking noises that I'm hearing in my headphones. Sorry, neighbors, that I thought it was you this entire night. I apologize.
She sounds deadly serious. Good night, Action. Let me tuck you in here. Tuck. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. I'll see you later, Action. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for hanging out. To be fair, they don't exactly have good track record. I mean, true. It wasn't unfounded, okay? I wasn't on purpose trying to pick on them. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before, about something being afoot, right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Alright, lady, let's talk. Did you make all these waxworks? Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Two Spells? I did. I am the 3rd generation of waxwork artisans, you know.
Gosh!
It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. I don't know. Some of these words are French, I'm sorry. I don't remember how to speak French. Gouache! Gouache, Mickey. Am I trying to be goofy or something?
All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley.
What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled, in the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. That sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry? This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
What's the situation with that? Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal. Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme, so I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. Or words to that effect. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So, we came to the current arrangement instead. Surely he doesn't need to do what he's doing, though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning. Or words to that effect.
It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem.
Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder, could I ask you something? Bien sûr. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Atra, thank you for the pie! Tangri, hello! Thank you for the resubscribe! Welcome in, Tangri! It's been so long. Why aren't you in bed? Isn't it late for you, too? Thank you, thank you! I will put a paw on my face. Sorry for the... things are happening. Hello, hello! Thank you for the follow, Soup Slurp! Welcome in, hello, hello. Thank you, Tangri. Here is your paw on my face for the resubscribe. I appreciate you. I hope you have been doing well. Thank you for the hydrate. Ah, delicious life-giving water. Just a bit late. Big pause. I know, really big pause. This month of September, the things I'm sticking on my face for a subscription are pause. So thank you, thank you. How are you, Tangri? Not too bad. Didn't see you hop on. Oh yeah, I started like a while ago. Hello, Soup Slurp. Welcome in. How's your evening? Thanks for the follow. I hope you enjoy it here. Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he disappeared. Ooh, who is talking right now? Are we gonna guess that it... No, this is question mark, so we don't know. I'm just gonna make up a voice. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Ah. Oh, it's Holmes, alright. There you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working. Do you wish to be melted down? Been better. Cool to be watching someone play one of my fave games of all time, though. Oh, welcome in. Yeah, we're gonna, start playing this all the way to completion probably in, the next couple of weeks, because I got the stream key for Edgeworth Investigations, but I was like, I should probably finish this game before I start Edgeworth Investigation. So I'm going to try to finish this game. We're going to schedule it pretty much at least once a week for the next couple of weeks. Maybe more streams. We'll see. But welcome in. Hello. Princess, if it's slightly after my birthday, but I redeem for my birthday, will that break reality? No, not at all. Do you want to redeem for your birthday? This is the best Ace Attorney in my opinion, so good choice. Oh, this was actually a redeem by a community member, so I will let Inside Outski know that you approve of his game choice. Greatest Ace Attorney, says Floppy. I think a lot of people agree with that sentiment. Okay. Oops, sorry. Let me pause this. Just in case. All right. I don't know who's here. I don't know who's here to redeem or to like wish Goose a happy birthday. Goose, can you let me know your actual birthday day? Because I love like writing people's birthdays down in my calendar. Just so that I can remember for next year, Second base Ace Attorney, in my opinion. Investigation's too slightly better for me. Sholmes is husband. I do like Sholmes. I do also like Van Zeeks. August 30th. Okay, I will put it in my calendar right now. And I will set this to repeat every year. All right, okay. Everybody in chat, if you are here and you can type and you want to, right? You don't have to if you don't want to. Let's all wish Goose a happy birthday. Are you ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Goose. Happy birthday to you. Goose, thank you for redeeming It's My Birthday. I hope you were able to celebrate your birthday with friends, family, or in whatever way you wanted to celebrate your birthday. I hope it was a good one. So thank you for coming in and redeeming It's My Birthday. We don't mind if it's a little bit early or a little bit late, because obviously, like, I might not be streaming that day, right? And people might not be available to come to stream on their exact birthday. So I really don't mind if people redeem it like a week or two late or early. You have a lot of time. Thank you everyone for wishing Goose a happy birthday. Chrono, thank you. Soup Slurp, thank you. Tangry, thank you. Floppy, Atra, thank you. I appreciate it. Inside Outski says Investigations 2 is incredible. Can confirm. Best points I ever spent. I can't wait to get Investigations 2. Also excited to play Dual Destinies once I finish Apollo Justice. Oh, all these things that I like vaguely recognize the names for, but don't actually like. I've played the main 2 games, I think, the very first ones, but I don't think. Someone was telling me that they were like, well, you didn't play the 3rd game, because I think that's when everything wrapped. I don't know. It was years ago too that I played this, like back in college, so it was a really long time ago, and I don't remember anything about the first 2 games that I played. So we might replay it on stream at a later time when I get through my queue of games. Because late, I won't call it a death note, but it is allegedly a death note according to others. It is a nice note. It is not a death note. It is a nice note. Who puts birthdays of people that they hate inside a notebook, huh? Only nice people write down nice birthdays. Only nice people write down birthdays. It's a nice note. The first ones are a trilogy. Trials and Tribulations is truly something special. I haven't finished Investigations yet. When are we playing that? Is Investigations the one that just came out? I'm gonna be playing it whenever I finish this one. The 3rd is the capstone of the trilogy. Lots of high points. Hard disagree, says Chrono. How dare you? Nice note is nice note. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to this. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though, please be aware that I prefer— no, I insist upon payment in advance. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. That's definitely a dead body behind there, right? Only nice people's birthdays, like this rat bird that makes fun of my main. I've written down people's birthdays in my Hobonichi before they betrayed me at the end of the year. Oh, I mean, but then you like cross out their names, right? I don't cross out people's names. It's just a record of people that have come by my stream that have said, it's my birthday, and then I write it down so that I can remember their birthdays for next year, you know? Yeah, it just makes sense to me. Hold on. That's not right. I need to set this for that. Okay. Cause actually, do you guys know, Howls Does Things? Her birthday is coming up on Friday this week. And I don't know if they are streaming on Friday, but you should definitely check them out. Let me give them a shout out real fast. I'm pretty sure this is the link. Give me 1 second. It 100% is. So if you want to make their day, if you want to make their week, please go... Hold on. Why? Okay. Give Howls a follow and check them out, because their birthday is this Friday.
Hello, Christian Cool. Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Hope your week is off to a good start. I mean, sort of, kind of. I have to wake up early all week this week. So, and I'm not a morning person. So, debatable if it is off to a good start, but you know. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
That is the Tuspel special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Who's making you do that? I'ma fight them. My boss. We are working with the UK office. And of course, when it's morning here, it's the afternoon in the UK, so we have to wake up early so then we can interface with the UK users, and it's absolutely terrible.
Ah, absolument non. There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madame. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens.
Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only... A what? A soupçon? What the fuck is a soupçon?
Okay, someone tell me in chat. Look up that word.
I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor.
I don't think that is a wax figure. Do you? I think that might be a dead body. Maybe. I don't know. It's a game, right? I don't know. Well then perhaps Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. It means like a spoonful or a tiny bit of something. Oh, okay. Soupçon? Did I say it right? Soupçon? That's a corpse. That's a crops. In all seriousness, though, Princess is the sweetest bun and would never even own a death note. If I did own a death note, only one person's name would be in it. I will leave you to wonder whose name that is.
I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even... Oh, yeah, it's a corpse. Okay, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as those waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit.
Soupçon. Okay, I see.
Oh, why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. She looks as pale as candle wax.
I don't understand.
So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. The game is afoot! Waxwork. Fate. Okay. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds.
That is all my own money!
So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall.
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. I don't think that's right. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, the sum of 200 pounds. No! Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. Thank you for the pie, Gov! What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. I feel like that's incorrect. Death by economy, it's true. The question that arises then is, what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact, it's Sergeant John Clay. If the government could get away with window taxes again in this era, they would. Oh, 100% they would. Yay, Sholmes deduction! Crushed by capitalism. It's true. It's true. Him and Ryunosuke can dance together now. Yeah! We're having, not a deadly dance, but a, deceptive dance? I'm trying to find some alliteration. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork. Oops, sorry. Is the obvious price tag. Okay, I feel like the reason why I kept hearing stuff shake is because the controller is on right now. And if I unplug it, it will stop making the vibrating noise. I think that's why I kept thinking that the neighbors were being loud upstairs. Okay, that was my fault. Deduction dance, Detective Tango. Threepence, a tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. Yes, okay, it was the controller that was giving me the perception that my neighbors were being loud upstairs. Okay, I'm sorry, neighbors. Again, I must apologize to my neighbors for accusing them of being loud and a nuisance. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard, isn't that so, madame? I do not... Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up 1 point, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Ottermole. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself. A senior officer by the name of Ottermole.
Sholmes in these games reminds me, have you ever read the Warlock Holmes series, Princess? I have not. What is the Warlock Holmes series? So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages if that puts things in perspective. Gotta run to rehearsal, but I hope you have fun. Catch you next time. Thank you, Corns. Let me give you another shout out before you go. Guys, if you love very calm, cozy VTubers and you love VTubers who play musical instruments, please check Corns out. He does violin karaoke streams quite often. He's played Truck Sim on stream, and he also does like IRL like racing streams that like he like works on his own car and like takes it out racing. So yeah, go check Corns out. Thank you, Corns, for the lurk and for hanging out for a little bit. I super appreciate you. Bye, Corns. So it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add before I melt you down? That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright, to make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we?
Before Madame Two Spells vents her anger.
Oh, that was the wrong voice. That was supposed to be Runosuke. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Two Spells, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Course correction! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all of my own money! So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Two Spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. When can I click it? I forgot. Is it there? Oh, okay. I see. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true, but I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for 200 pounds. Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think, over and above the wax? If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money? I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance.
Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
What reveals the true significance of the 200 Oh, here.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Two Spells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October.
What?
It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. Definitely this.
Take that!
Ransom note. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, Madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. Okay, so not that, because that wouldn't be the case. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
We could just ask him when he comes round.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Two Spells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Is it on her person? Long hair braid. Why is that something I can click on? Madame Two Spells has very long hair, doesn't she?
Yes, but you couldn't tell looking at her from the front.
You know, it looks rather like a whip, don't you think? The sort of whip that could have floored the gentleman with a single crack?
That seems a little far-fetched, even for you, Runo.
Okay, so not that. Is there anything else we can click on? Man, if I was using controller, this would be so much easier. What really left him? What? Is there something on her? I don't... What?
Oh! Whoa, that's weird. Okay, wait. Okay. That's not her hand. What? What is happening right now?
This is just Madame Two-Spell's right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. Oh,
but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look.
Don't say such a creepy thing, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean it's made of wax? I think this is what, yeah, let's, not that one, but waxwork. Present.
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you? The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that, in fact, it's a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I am afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit has been kidnapped. Kidnapped! The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective nature, of course.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Two-Spell's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' seduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Oh, okay. Here we go. Shoulder stub. $128K! Yay, Floppy, you got this! What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Ah, well, that settles that then.
Right. This isn't a real person at all.
His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arm's been... Of course. That ties in with what we just found out. Is this the killer? In the display? That doesn't make any sense, does it? Because she would have seen it.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth, of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him, with the particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I notice it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? It was all over the
papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrideb's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? It wouldn't be, because she would see it and she wouldn't pay the ransom money, right? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up.
He's moving his leg. This man is not a wax model. Oh, look at this! The old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
He seems to be fast asleep, though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then, so you mean...
It must be a twitch.
Never mind that. The point is waxworks don't tap their feet or twitch. And look at his arm, too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? The neckerchief. A crime is afoot. I don't believe it. It's the secret sign that lets other detectives know some criminal activity is underway. Yes, it's a slightly strange choice of outfit if he was trying to go unnoticed.
He must be a detective disguised as a policeman.
Or a detective disguised as a waxwork model of a policeman.
He doesn't look like he's clever enough to think of something like that, though.
Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris. Okay, so it's definitely this that we present.
Take that!
Because he is a human being and not a waxwork model. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Two Spells? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local... Oh, no, they're trying to maybe have someone steal him as the model? And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here.
as you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Bedtime for me. Enjoy the rest of your 36-hour stream, Princess. Why do you guys say that I'm gonna stream for a long time? I'm not. I should wrap up, actually. It's almost 6 hours. And it's almost midnight. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women. Young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. 24-hour stream confirmed? Get out of here. Oh, thank you for the save check. Let me do that. Because I would have forgotten. Good night, Fuzz. Thank you, thank you. I hope you feel better soon. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. If it was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Okay, let's actually save here, because we're getting up to 6 hours, and I didn't realize it, but my voice is starting to get a little bit scratchy, so I probably need to rest my voice and recover for next time. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thanks for coming in. I super appreciate you guys so much. Whether you were chatting or lurking, I appreciate it all. Thank you for the pie, Goose. Really get that California vocal fry in. I know, right? Wait, I don't even know if I can do it right now. I don't know. I can't. I feel like when I think about doing a vocal fry, like I can't replicate it. But naturally, I think my voice kind of already has. I think it's because I'm from California. Big Fort, thank you so much for the raid in with your community. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you have a good night. Atra, thank you for raiding in with your community. I hope you're relaxing and chilling. Dragon's Baron, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Tangry, thank you for the resubscribe. I believe Fuzz also resubscribed to us earlier today. Thank you, Fuzz. And Soup Schlurp, thank you for the follow. Goose, thank you for redeeming your birthday. I hope you had a good birthday last week. And yeah, thank you guys so much for coming in and hanging out with us. Let's see who we can raid into for comfy cozy times the rest of the evening. Ooh, okay. You heard me not do a really good fake French accent, but I haven't raided into her before, but Death Blooms is a creator that I actually knew from Cap, and then I actually had a chance to talk to her
when we were doing like the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month like talk show on Atra's channel, or was it Manta's? I think it was Manta's. Atra, I spoke with, I think, Revity and who else was on the panel that day? Danktopus, I think. A couple other people. It's been so long. May was so long ago. But yeah, I haven't had a chance to raid into Death Blooms. It looks like she is doing some art today. So yeah, we can go watch her do some art. She is a 18+ streamer. She does a little bit more like lewd stuff, so I'm not sure. It might be kind of comfy, it might be cozy. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't seen her streams yet, so I guess we'll just see. Guys, you know the drill. If you are a subscriber, you can copy either raid message. Both will work. If you are not a subscriber, you will have to copy that second raid message if you would like to join us on the raid and like say hello to Death Blooms. I mean, even if you don't copy the raid message, you should still say hi to her. I think she would appreciate that. Here is that sub message, by the way. Raid Death Blooms. Alright, you guys. As always, please be happy, please be healthy, but most of all, please be kind. Be kind to others because you never know what a smile, hug, or hello can do for someone who's having a bad day. And be kind to yourselves. Make sure you're staying hydrated. Get up and stretch your legs every once in a while, because if you don't, you might get an embolism. And then everyone say it with me, you might die. And we don't want that. We would miss you. Chat would miss you. I would miss you. We would all probably cry. So please make sure you are, you know, treating yourself right. If you are in California, stay cool. It is so hot, and please be safe. I know there's some wildfires going on right now. So please, please, please be so careful. Tomorrow we will continue some more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So if you tuned in today for GAAC, we'll do more tomorrow, and we're going to continue with our silly, goofy voice acting. I don't know if I'm going to remember the voices that I assigned today, but, you know, who knows? We'll see. Come tomorrow to find out. Why is that the thing you want us to say with you? Oh, well, you know, mutual destruction or whatever. Alright, you guys, the raid is probably going to take you through. You'll see the countdown, and then it'll just go. Alright, I love you, my puppies. I'll see you all later. Have a good night. Bye-bye.